everyone. Welcome to the final planning board meeting of the year, we think, December 13th, 2018, for Town of Poughkeepsie. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We have 5 public hearings tonight, and if you're here for all space, that will be adjourned. Let's get started right into it. First one's Raymond Avenue School redevelopment. Involved agency secret review. Recommendation to the town board on zoning text amendment and site plan public hearing regarding revised applications for a proposed town board zoning amendment to allow a new anchor project use designation and a proposed site plan for a mixed-use project of plus minus 196 apartments and 3,200 square foot clubhouse, 19,990 square foot commercial space, 110 room hotel, open area including outdoor seating and 335 parking spaces. Proposed site redevelopment involves replacement of the existing school building with a 5-story hotel and construction of 2-story buildings of ground floor commercial and residential apartments above, 2 7-story residential buildings with first floor garages and access from Raymond Avenue and by easement from Fulton Avenue, 25 and 31 Raymond Avenue respectively. Zoned ATC Arlington Town Center District, 6.38 acres and 0.43 acres respectively. Let's see, it's an unlisted action. Town board as lead agency. PAS Management Incorporated, contract vendee, Arlington Grade School and Arlington Central School District owners. Welcome, guys. Let's move forward with a short presentation of what has transpired in the last month or two.
Good evening, everybody.
Does that work? Oh.
No, not yet.
I guess we'll do
go
that
for
one.
the battery one.
Yeah.
You gotta wait a second for it to turn on.
It'll work. Just give it a minute. Yeah.
It's not.
Good way to end the year here. Try different.
Nothing.
Hello?
Wow. None of them are working?
None of them are working.
Santa needs to bring batteries.
No, the batteries are good. I checked.
And the light is on.
Let me double check it. Try it again.
Yes. Happy holidays.
Just trying to. There's always something.
Lights lit up over there on there.
They are off now, but I believe which is the right setting.
Yeah, just flip them to off and back to make sure.
Did you get more
Anything. She can't control anything back there.
No, it's over in the cabin. It's locked. Is that it?
She's listed on there.
So do we want to see if we can have people slide over and use that corner?
Yeah, that might be what we have to do.
She can do that.
The mics are working. Okay.
Nothing, Jacob? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're not.
The lights are on.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, they.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
But the mics are there, they can.
Just trying to reset the switch here, but it's not doing anything. Okay, I think we're gonna have to make an adjustment tonight.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was
Heard
thinking.
it.
That was Peter.
That was Peter.
Testing
Oh.
his.
Okay.
Jacob, you can sit over here. This.
I was thinking, could you guys maybe slide over and we'll use that chair for the public comment for tonight? Yeah,
I think that's what we're gonna have to do.
yeah.
Once we figure that out.
Oh, you're gonna do that? Okay, that works too.
Very different from this side of it.
Yeah.
You don't get the vote, though.
Want to sit here?
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
We'll,
Well, she's still gonna need to get it on the camera though, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
can it?
Shall we? All right. Good evening, everybody. So my name is Jacob Reckes from POS Management, and we appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you again. We're here to present a few modifications to the site plan, which Amy Haight from Chazen will go through in a moment. Before we do that, I thought I'd just take a moment and talk a little bit about the history and how we got here. As you guys know, we've been working with this board and the town board. We've been working with and are very grateful for the support and collaboration from the Town Board of Poughkeepsie, County Planning Board, Town Historic Commission, State Historic Preservation Office, Congressman Maloney's office. I think we've been grateful to have a lot of involvement and support from numerous agencies and numerous leaders as we've looked at this project. The site is a 6.8 acre site in downtown Arlington Town Center within the heart of the Arlington bid. It's always been our view that it's a really critical site to activate. It's currently sitting vacant. It was a school for over 90 years. And it is now vacant and waiting to have its second life. I'm originally born and raised in the town of Poughkeepsie. It's an important site for me, and so we've been working actively for quite a while to redevelop the site. As you all know, one of the main components that we spoke about last time is the historic nature of the school. So just a reminder that that is an active That worked. Okay, we're back.
Back.
Try it out.
We're back now.
Yeah.
All right.
We're back on the dais anyways.
All right.
So just so everybody's aware, the plan shows, among other things, residential, retail, and a hotel on the site of the former school. We are continuing to work with SHPO on that item. We had endeavored for over a year to try and keep the school. It was not possible. And so I just want to reiterate for the public's knowledge that this is not something that we took lightly in coming up with this plan. But we're here to present the updated plan based on the most recent comments.
I'm Amy Haight from the Chazen Companies. Since you last saw this plan, we've reduced the number of units in buildings C1 and C2. Those are the westerly most largest buildings. So they each now have 88. The hotel has been reduced in square footage by about 2,000 square feet.
That's the hotel.
That's the hotel. Yep. The two units, each from C1 and C2, have been relocated to the second story of Building E, which is the southerlymost. Yep.
So go ahead.
We've added refuse enclosures. There's 3 container enclosures. There are 2 rollout containers in C1 and C2 in the parking area, and we've added a bin enclosure on the west side of Building E, which is the southernmost building.
So somewhere here.
The cross-access easement agreement between Myron and the Reckises has been placed into escrow, so that will allow access from Reckis through Myron onto Fulton Avenue.
That's the 6.
Yep, and then from Myron through Reckis onto Raymond Avenue. And that access is for emergency services and all-day use for anyone. So it's open to the entire population of both sites. As a result of our meeting with the town consultants, the westbound stop sign that was located at the entrance from Raymond has been removed. The traffic pattern on the south side of the hotel has been realigned so that now it travels in an easterly direction. And we've added a stop sign at the southbound exit from the area between buildings A1 and A and B and the hotel. So that allows for better flow from Raymond Avenue through the site, so there won't be queuing up towards Raymond Avenue. We now have continuous pedestrian paths throughout the entire site. And the total parking spaces are now 333. We have 70 enclosed spaces, so 35 in C1 and 35 in C2. And we are requesting a 14-space shared agreement between different uses, retail, residential. We've added snow storage to the northwest corner of the parking area. It's the hatched area where the property's notched out. The medians at the entrance at Raymond Avenue are now flush with grade, so they're mountable, so to allow for seamless turning movement with large vehicles, fire trucks, yeah. As a result of our meeting with the fire department, we've made the north-south road between buildings C1 and C2 and behind the hotel, that's now our aerial apparatus access road. So it's been widened to 26 feet. In exchange for that, we're working with the fire department to determine what kind of early response system we need for those three buildings, the hotel, C1, and C2.
Okay.
We've added fire department connections to all of the buildings. That's also a request of the fire department. JMC, the traffic engineers, as a result of our meeting with them, we've moved the loading space to the north side of the hotel.
That's, yeah, right up here.
Yep. And we've added a bike rental area and ride-sharing parking spaces, so that's going to be at the southeast portion of the parking lot.
How many loading areas do you have?
Currently, we're showing just the one at the north end of the hotel.
Okay, we'll get to that. All right, is that it for the changes?
In addition, we've conducted, as a result of our meeting with the DOT and JMC, we've done additional traffic studies and looked at another intersection, and we're preparing a traffic report that'll be submitted along with elevations for the next planning board meeting. And the most important change, the name of the project has been changed to Raymond Avenue School Property Redevelopment.
All right, thank you. See, we have a couple of people signed up for public hearing today, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
It's moved to open the public hearing, call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
And I'm going to try one more time to turn this off and back on, just because I was told that was the thing to try next, so hold on.
Try
All
that
right,
again.
this is working. Is that one working?
Still no good.
Still no good, and
One.
yeah. That's
All right, we're still out there, so I
All right,
guess,
so we're going to use that chair over there, I guess is our public comment chair.
first on the list is Karen Flaherty. Come on up. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, use that microphone right there. That's the,
I live near the site, I live on Lincoln Avenue. I appreciate.
Is that microphone working, I guess is the,
Hello?
oh,
oh,
got-
really?
No, there's no time.
Amy, maybe you can.
Amy, you're going to have to slide over. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Murphy's been visiting.
Yeah.
So either one.
I think I,
Got touch?
We know that one works. Sorry,
So this
Karen.
is working?
That's
Yes,
working.
Yes.
thanks, Karen.
I hope I'm not too loud now. All right, so I was at the public hearing a couple months ago in October, and I appreciate the walkable community idea, the public transportation access, and the mixed-use concepts. The Arlington neighborhood has much potential for old-fashioned mixed-use charm, and any on-site residents in this project would be potential customers for the little shops and the boutiques and eateries that already exist in the neighborhood, a number of which are currently vacant. Some of the outsized scale of these buildings is a concern to me. I mean, a couple 7-story high-rises ain't going to make Arlington look like Rhinebeck. I drive past a 5-story Hampton Inn and Suites on the South Road, down by the IBM main plant. It looks pretty imposing. And that 5-story hotel is on a 6-lane U.S. highway, Route 9, not on a 2-lane Raymond Avenue. The park-like area and playground that public school campus offered the community will be entirely lost. A 40-foot wide patio, let's say, patio courtyard without a tree in sight, isn't really the same. And that has me pondering, frankly, about the hotel. With park areas, green spaces, and even large farms like the Frank Brothers Farm being given over to more apartment complexes and strip plazas, what would any hotel guest be coming up here to enjoy? It's also very disappointing to lose something like the school building that, for obvious reasons, has a historical look. And I have absolutely no certainty that anything is going to look even remotely historical with what gets put in its place. If the planning board and the town board, the latter as lead agency, are hell-bent on this project, perhaps some attention could be paid to the scale and to requiring some historical-looking architectural details. If the developer can't save even the historical facade, which I know is not always possible, sometimes it's simply that it's more expensive to do so, or they can't spare some tiny grove of trees, say, well, hopefully the town agencies can insist on something.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Excuse me, could you
I'm
just
sorry?
repeat your name and address for the
Karen
record?
Flaherty.
Into the,
Oh.
thanks.
Karen, Karen Flaherty, 19 Lewis Avenue in the town of Poughkeepsie.
Thank you very much.
Is that all you need?
Thanks again, Karen.
I'm sorry?
Thanks again
Okay.
for your comments. Stephanie is up next.
Yes, checking.
The other one might work too, I think.
I'm Stephanie Lewison. I was also at the previous meeting a few months ago, and I do not object to the redevelopment of the surrounding land around the Arlington School. I just want to reiterate how much of a loss the community would be to have this historic school demolished. It is very much a landmark in the Arlington area. It is irreplaceable, and its demolition would change very much so the historic character of Arlington. Personally, this is my opinion and something that I don't know how much it's been considered, but if there is no reuse option at this time, I wonder if it'd be an option to just leave it vacant and maintained, so the roof doesn't fall in or anything like that, but remain vacant until such time as a party is found that would be able to reuse the building. If necessary, legally, financially, or whatever, it could be subdivided out onto its own lot and the surrounding areas developed, but itself could be maintained and owned by either Arlington School District or perhaps the town. Either way, it would be off the tax rolls and would just be what it is. So that is just my suggestion. I know that there's been much work to try to keep the school, and I just would like to try to keep that option open as long as possible until hopefully something can be done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Carl, you got our address?
Yes, 44 Amber Drive, LaGrangeville. There's no one else currently signed up to speak on this application, but is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make comments tonight? Come on up, state your name and address, and
Good evening, everyone. My name's John Pinna. I'm the Town of Poughkeepsie historian and the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. Just to give a little brief history, the commission has worked with Jacob and his people for over a year to to try to keep the school. And all of us are on the same page, that we should keep it and try to move forward. The snag came when we tried to get landmark status with we had the state down, they looked at the building, they saw the benefits of keeping it. But the federal government has a Preservation Commission law, has a law where they say if you want to keep the building, you have to keep the lawn. So that's a crazy snag. They're willing to let a building be demolished because you can't keep the lawn, which makes absolutely no sense. There's no common sense here. Jacob and his people are willing to try to keep as much of the lawn as they can. We were in favor of the plan that they came out originally. We want to see the school kept, but we had no way of getting around that, and we're still trying to find a way to get around that crazy ruling. The landmark status would keep the building. It also would help Jacob and them in terms of getting the development movement. So I just want to give a brief history. We worked on that for over a year. We're still working on it. We're still trying to find a way to make it happen if we can, but we're not having much luck at this point. The commission is in favor of the development of that site, but and Jacob and the commission, we really want to see the building saved, but we don't know how to do that right now unless we can get around this problem. So we're still trying to work our way through that. So we haven't given up. He hasn't given up, and I think that's important for everyone to know. I mean, he's not looking to just move forward and knock this all down and let's get on with it. He's at a point now where he has to move on, and we are trying the best we can to help save it if we can. But we do support the project with the building being there. Okay, but we may be at a point where that's not a feasible reality, and we're not very happy as the Town Historic Commission about that. Anybody who can help us, we're open to suggestions. If anybody has some insights that would like to come forward and help us and help Jacob to save the building and get some way to make this happen, we're open to suggestions. And again, my name's John Pinna, Town of Poughkeepsie historian and the head of the chair of the commission, the Historic Commission. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your comments, John. I saw another hand. Come on up. That was, the next one over. One of those nights.
Good evening. My name is Bob Legacy. I'm director of the Arlington Business Improvement District, 42 Jackman Drive A, Poughkeepsie, New York. There's a lot of, the school building, for many people went there, is historic, but there comes a point in time when you can't save something. The longer it sits there, it's going to rot. And the more buildings it becomes a plight. We look in the city, they have a lot of properties. 4 people died because they got trapped in a house. The school is boarded up. God forbid kids should get in there and get trapped, or a homeless person, and the building should go up in flames and someone dies. We have someone who's willing to put money in to put the building back on the tax roll and to bring more vibrancy to the Arlington Business District. This is an opportunity for us to work with them to help energize the Arlington area. Because when people see improvements, they may want to invest more money to improve their own property. And it also becomes an opportunity for outside people to want to invest in our community. So by giving a negative declaration and saying, we don't want this, we need to realize the taxes in this town are high. The more buildings we can put back on the tax roll helps to stabilize and to keep the taxes where they are. In Arlington, we're trying to make it vibrant. Building sits, it's an eyesore. The playground was taken down because of the vandalism. The basketball courts were removed because of the vandalism. And the bottom windows around the building were all boarded up because of vandalism. The school district is paying a tax to maintain a building which future is probably pretty bright. So I'm asking the planning board to look at this as an opportunity for the whole town to develop something, because definitely hotel rooms are still needed certain times of the year. You cannot get a room in Dutchess County, the fall or graduations or June or July. It's an opportunity also to add sales tax, because the rooms will add that to the county budget into the town for money coming in. I understand the historic value of the kids going to school there, and no, sentimental interest sometimes can blind what in reality is something that is not going to work, where we need to open our eyes and realize that progress comes at a cost, but the cost needs to be for the improvement of everyone in this town, including to make the Arlington area a more vibrant place. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Is there someone else? I see another hand. Come on down.
Is this me?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Philomena Finelli. I'm a town of Poughkeepsie resident, 35 Raker Road, Poughkeepsie, New York. I'm here tonight on a number of fronts, one being that I'm a resident of the town and care deeply about the character of my community. The other being that I'm a business owner and my business resides within the Arlington Business Improvement District. And many of my friends are the fellow business owners in that district. And we often have conversations about how integral it is to have that foot traffic for the livelihood of their businesses. I'm fortunate in that I don't run a retail business, but realize the economic development is vital to those who run businesses, because having development will bring in additional people to that area who can patronize those restaurants and those shops. And while I'm very attached emotionally to that building and I understand some of the concerns that are brought up here, I think we can't let perfection get in the way of progress. Right now, this building is a blight on the community, and it could be reimagined and reinvigorate the Arlington Business Improvement District, and I wanted to share that perspective with all of you this evening.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Any additional comments tonight? Sure, if you got a quick follow-up.
Sit in this chair this time. Again, my name is Stephanie Lewison, and I just wanted to say a few words about the concerns about vandalism and safety concerns about the school. As I had said before, I don't see any problems with the development of the land around the school. And in fact, if the building was kept, even if it was kept vacant, while development occurred around it, at least temporarily, having such development around it would keep away any vandals, would be on its own security. And so that would no longer be a problem. And I do frown upon the idea of the school being considered a blight. I think it is not a blight. It is a historic school, very representative of its time, and it's not like it's got a roof caving in or anything like that. It's in good shape, and it'd be nice if it could be kept that way.
Thanks
Thank you.
again. Anyone else? Seeing none, I move that we adjourn the public hearing to January, what's the meeting date?
17?
January 17th, thanks, Carol. January 17th, 2019, sorry. Seconded. Second. Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, Eric, or
Well,
that?
oh, Peter's recused, so 5.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 5-0. Peter recused on this one.
Yeah, you have the comments, from Liz Axelson, the CPL planner. And she noted there are outstanding, there are a number of comments on the site plan. The main focus, I think you have her comments, that the main focus was an analysis of the alternatives that were considered for the school building and its financial feasibility. She notes for the recommended action for the board is to defer, to consider the zoning amendment perhaps for next time, And she notes that some of the environmental review issues, such as the SHPO historic sign-off and response, traffic, are still outstanding, and there's some additional information required on the access, transportation, which the applicants alluded to, work in progress, and various other specific points on the site plan, some clarification of the building square footage, particularly with relating to coverage and impervious, a number of other things, and have their comments.
Thanks, Eric. Any engineering comments on this one, Don?
We still,
Wow.
we still have a number of issues to work out, but they're getting worked out pretty well. Biggest ones are probably still drainage, but that's well on its way.
Okay, thanks. Go around the board for comments. Let me start with Bob tonight.
In the response to the letter about the historic nature of the building, there were three alternatives that were described, and they were ruled as unviable. Was there any consideration that if, in fact, the building has to come down, could it be rebuilt so that its appearance is exactly like the building we have now, so that I'm not sure that people who were, I may be wrong about this, but it's not that there's some place in the building that's important. It's the fact that that building and how it looks is where they went to school and it's part of the neighborhood. I don't know what's involved with doing that, to have it so the exterior represents what it is right now.
I think the word exact is a difficult thing to own up to, but
approximate.
So what we can share is that the first thing that we looked at when we approached this site is keeping the school. And the first thing that we spoke about with our architect when we were considering architects was we walked the site and we walked the neighborhood. And we talked about bringing a design that actually enhances the local community and the local feel, honoring its history and making it a place that we feel comfortable with and we feel proud about. So that's the directive that we've given them. We've asked them to come up with designs that mirror and give honor to what the school is. And what we've talked about is using as much of the school as survives a demolition. And listen, I share the word demolition with sadness, and I think everybody who's been involved understands that. And to John's point, just to clarify, we had spent over a year trying to keep it, and then ultimately concluded that, we could spend 10 years trying to keep it, and in the meantime, that property is going to sit there. And so we do need to move forward. And so the directive is, it's absolutely in our plan to try and come up with some design that honors the history. The good news is, and this is something for everybody to think about and remember, is that less than half a mile away, Arlington Schools moved the population that was at 25 Raymond to another school, which is from the same historical time period, and frankly, from the outside, looks almost identical, is called the New Arthur May School. And so when we approached historic consultants, to be frank, our first comment was, is this even eligible? And we were told, it's a school, it's going to have sentimental value, but from a historic perspective, there are 5 like it in most towns in America, and in fact, there's one less than half a mile away. So that being said, that doesn't mean that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We've charged our architects to come up with something that honors that history.
Are there any sketches of what that might look like?
So we had an initial sketch, and we're hoping to submit that for the next board meeting.
All right, thanks. Anything further, Bob?
Okay, there seems to be a lot of work that has been done, and there are still issues that are outstanding. And I think I would like to wait and see how those progress along, because it seems like we're moving along on this. And I think it's going to be a very nice project once we get all these issues resolved.
Thanks. Brian?
Yeah, I agree. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think from some of the plans and was explained in some of our pre-meetings, you don't notice it from the outside, but the school is almost different layers when you look inside. So, don't always. I love to hear public comment, but I would also, all of this is available to the public. So come take a look at what the professionals have said. The building inside, I don't think is able to be realistically saved. I understand the concern from, wanting to save it on a historical nature, but, I applaud you for kind of hanging on. A lot of people would have abandoned this a long time ago. And I think it's something that area, would definitely bolster it. So, like I said, there's definitely a lot of comments that have to be gone through after reviewing the plan. But no, I think it's, we're glad to see you back here.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nicole?
You guys answered a bunch of questions already, but I had a couple still. Do you guys have any type of signage plan yet?
No.
No. Okay. I had a question. There was you guys are going to be cutting out some rock on the northwestern corner, correct?
Yeah.
There was some comments about maybe putting up a fence there. Did you guys receive that so that there wouldn't be falling of rocks there for protection? Let me see here. Are you guys still proposing the dog area?
Yes.
Are you going to be fencing that in?
I saw that comment. I think we're going to be looking at that comment.
Okay. And I think I had, let's see, no, that one. Okay. This was one thing that kind of came up in our meeting together, the board. We were talking about Building E. And you answered one of our questions. There was a question of whether or not there was a trash enclosure, and you said that there's like a couple of bins or something that are going to be placed there.
Correct.
But no loading, right? You just have the one for the hotel.
Correct.
What about handicap parking for that building? Are you proposing any?
We will be. There'll be at least 2 spaces there.
Okay. All right, and I think that was it for tonight. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Yeah, everybody, I'll just throw in my 2 cents. Everybody hates to see a historic building go, and as John alluded, you've been working with the Historic Society for over a year trying to work on that, and still trying to look into it, but the funding and everything is just not available. You did submit a nice letter on alternatives to the State Historic Society on November 12th, so we're waiting to hear back on that and see what they have to say. Appreciate that you've added a second story onto Building E. That makes it more uniform across the streetscape.
Yeah.
I think Liz had some comments on just, I think there are number 14 comments on, additional pedestrian traffic flow issues. Perhaps a stop bar coming out of the Building E parking lot. So there's no congestion there.
We caught that too.
Okay. And just in general, keep in mind it's the Arlington Town Center, so it's a walkable district, and keep the pedestrians flow correct. That's all I have for tonight. So I think we'll move on with the recommendation.
Can I ask just a quickie? In terms of I know you're waiting on SHPO, have you had any preliminary responses or conversations?
Well, we actually just got the letter, and so we're reviewing that and getting ready to resubmit that comment.
And I'm also just thinking, if you might address sort of the board before they act, your timeline for steps, but as part of that also, I know it takes DOT a while to work on the traffic submittal, and our consultant's waiting as well. So if you could address the timing of traffic and of what you think for your next submittal.
Right, thanks, Eric. As Jacob said, we just heard back from SHPO yesterday. They asked for some more information, so we're digesting that, and we'll have to get back to them and so on. So that's
Okay.
going on. For our for your January meeting, we're going to submit two things. We're going to submit the updated traffic study in response to the JMC comments and response to DOT comments. In a perfect world, then we'll have heard back from DOT in time from your January meeting. Don't look at me like I'm crazy. And then we're going to submit elevations for your January meeting. So hopefully we can have a substantive discussion about appearance, because the traffic is kind of technical, and the traffic engineers will talk about that until everybody's satisfied. But I know you folks in the public are especially interested in what the buildings will look like. So we'll hopefully have a substantive discussion about that, and maybe we'll have a resolution with SHPO. And then in January, we'll submit for the February meeting the responses to everything else that is in the latest package of letters. So we'll hope to see you the next couple of months.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, I did have one more comment on I see your snow storage currently is in the parking lot, and that reduced the parking count by quite a bit. So we might want to ask for a note on the plans to truck off-site if need be.
Okay. Yeah.
Depends on how much snow we get.
Yeah, exactly.
In a given year. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move that the planning board defer action on a recommendation on the zoning text amendment to add the anchor project use to the ATC zoning district and the site plan application, and direct the applicant to respond to comments of the planning board and those received from the town departments and agencies, including but not limited to 1 through 16.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to defer action tonight. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in January. Up next is Eastdale Village, McDonald Heights Town Center.
Hold up for 1 second. Or the IT guy told me to turn the switch off and see from there.
We're going to try to reset the mics.
All right, now this is on.
This one?
That's good.
Thank you, thank you.
That's very good.
I think they all might be on even the desk.
Yeah.
Carol, you're the new IT girl, not the IT guy.
All right, that'll make things easier going forward.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, wow.
Great.
It's all working.
Carl,
Well, let me,
before we start, would we possibly, just want to congratulate Lisa Cobb, the town the planning board attorney for successfully defending the planning board in a recent court action.
Very nice.
Yes, thank you, Lisa.
Very happy with the result.
So are we. All right, Eastdale Village, McDonald Heights Town Center, amended site plan hearing regarding a second amendment of an approved site plan for a mixed-use development consisting of up to 390 residential dwelling units in apartments and townhomes, up to 124,995 square feet of commercial and non-residential uses, and supporting infrastructure and amenities. 935 Dutchess Turnpike and Victory Lane, zoned MHC, McDonald Heights Town Center, and IH Heavy Industrial Districts, 63.62 acres, and 40.76 and 2.7 acres. Secret findings for type 1 action were adopted March 15, 2018. Site plan and special use permit. Conditional approval is issued July 12, 2018, amended through September 20th, 2018. MHTC Development LLC and Lot 2A Victory LLC owners.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Kane, representing MHTC Development.
Eric Schlobum, Inside Engineering, Surveying Landscape Architecture.
So I think when the project was first approved, when we came back for an amended site plan, I was aspirational. We just called that an amended site plan, but now we have to number them to keep them straight. I say that because this project is in many ways organic. It's some of the buildings are being developed and designed very specifically to the needs of individual tenants. And that's an attraction to this site. It means that we need to come here more often than perhaps normal to talk about some of the specific tenant and programmatic needs on the site. But we think in the end, it's a much better project because it meets the needs of the community. We're here talking about specific details related to the tenants. It means that we're not just building a building and hoping the tenants will fit into the space. We really are working to design this around specific tenant needs. So, I joke about it being a number of amendments, and certainly we're here tonight for proposed second amendment. We will be back again because some of those details as we go forward. So I thank you for your time on this. Thank you for your interest and for your input. It's very important as we move forward. So if I could, we had a couple of changes in this amendment, and let me. This one's still working, right? Yes. Let me just kind of walk through a couple of things going on the site. Again, this is just the west side of the project. Route 44 is here at the bottom, nursing home at the top. And I just wanted to start first with what you've seen from the site. You can understand what's under construction and what's currently going on. The construction site trailers, that's really set up opposite Darrow Place. That's where the construction traffic is going in and out of the site. The two out parcels here, the Frank House and the Ortega House, again, are on the Route 44 frontage. The building that you see up and being roofed right now is Building 11. Again, this being the main entrance at Eastdale Avenue North, so that is a 16-unit building that's under construction. Right next to it, Building 10 is also under construction, another 16-unit residential building. Behind Building 11, Building 1, it's the largest building on the site. It's a 50-unit, 3-story building. That foundation has been poured, and we'll start to see a lot more action on that side as well. And just this week, the medical building right at the terminus of Eastdale Avenue North, those footings were poured this week. Foundation will start, and you'll start to see some framing going up in the upcoming weeks. You'll start to see probably right after the first of the year, it'll start to get out of the ground there. So again, just to kind of bring you up to date with where we are.
I appreciate the progress report.
Sure. We're happy to report progress. Believe me. And again, one more word on that. We talked about the needed earlier in the year, how important it was that we were able to move approvals forward so we could move construction forward because, look, it gets cold and it's really hard to pour concrete as it gets late. We've made great strides thanks to your and particularly your staff's attention to this. We've been able to move this forward and get this far before the winter closes in. So again, want to thank you for seeing us at so many meetings and helping in this process. We're here for a couple of changes, and I want to talk about building changes first. The most really significant building change is what was Building D here, and it was a mirror to Building B. Those were, nominally 5,000, really 4,898 square feet, three-story building. First floor was commercial, upper floors were residential. They were, and Building B is still considered a live-work building. The idea that you could have a merchant downstairs and living quarters upstairs. So as we've proceeded down the leasing path, one of the things that we realized we really are missing that was in the initial program was a green for programmatic services in the commercial core. So we worked with other consultants, worked with our architect and land planner, and realized that the original green that was up here as a boulevard between the two main buildings, we can put it back here, and so we modified Building D. Instead, gave us a 50-foot wide green area. Have a bandstand in there, nominally 12 feet by 12 feet, and instead of a larger building, we've got four single-story, 500 square foot commercial cottages. One of which will be the residential leasing office, what we call D1. So Building D is now D1, D2, D3, and D4. So those commercial uses will help to bring, again, some commercial life to this green, surrounded by the rest of the users here and the bandstand. We think this will be really kind of a focus of the commercial center here. So we are very excited about that programmatic change. As we did that, we again pushed everything back. We lost the 12 parking spaces across the back there, but we think we've got ample parking, and we think we've got it located appropriately throughout the site. The square footage that was associated with this and the four residential units that were associated with Building D were reallocated to Buildings A and E. And as I have said before, Buildings A and E aren't fully designed yet. So it's really from a programmatic square footage as we complete discussions with tenants. Those will get fleshed out, and we'll have the square footage firmly nailed down. But based on the space that we have there, the programmatic square footage that we've talked about moving to those two buildings easily fits within the square footage shown on this plan.
Okay, so you don't anticipate the footprint of those changing?
I don't. I mean, do I anticipate it changing? Yes and no. So I think that from a gross perspective, no, these buildings will be the size shown. Will there be ins and outs on the facade? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. One of the things that we've talked about is, the zoning code allows there to go to a zero lot line subdivision. This is, again, a proposed lot right here that may get further subdivided. So you may have this may be, instead of one building, could be four buildings, could be two, could be, something like that. But those buildings, even though they may be butt up next to each other, the actual structure may project to give that street-like look there. And so yes, I anticipate those kinds of changes. And again, to create that organic streetscape. Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want one long facade anyway.
We don't want one long facade. Yes, that's right. That's right. But so that's why I said yes and no. So, but yes, from a massing perspective, this is what we anticipate it to be. So.
Is that the bulk of the changes then that you're proposing now?
Those are the bulk of the kind of land plan changes. The other two issues, one was we did make some utility changes. Really, we had the water and sewer in Eastdale Avenue North, and really it's for for some of those flexibility issues, as if these buildings get divided up, we wanted the water and sewer running behind there, so we didn't have to go in and chop up our main street every time we wanted to add a water service. We got a little smarter as we got through this a little more. So those have been moved out, and those, again, that causes some downstream tweaks of water and sewer and drainage throughout the site. So it's not a substantive change, but it did cause changes here and there. And then from the utility perspective, we also made a change in our lighting. As we looked at the lighting fixtures in our lighting program, we have what we call kind of the community light fixtures, and others were more parking lot light fixtures. The community ones are at a 14 to 16 foot mounting height. The other ones are at a 20-foot mounting height. And so we realized that we wanted more of a community feel on more of the roads. So now the community light poles, the 14 to 16-foot mounting height, are not only on Eastdale Avenue North, but also extend down Town Center Drive, Founders Way, and Otto Way. And so we have the community light, the taller parking lot, I'm sorry, the parking area light is really on the back parking area here, behind the medical building, and behind this building here. So we've really, and around the out parcels. So we've really looked to give these roads more of the community feel rather than the parking feel. And so that was kind of a change in our approach to lighting the site.
Sounds like an improvement.
What's that? Right, we hope so. And then the last change is really a change in phasing. This is just the phasing map, the phase one map. Initially, we had just those buildings in phase one. We've gotten as we've moved forward here, and the excitement that we've started to see around the project, we've added 3 more of these 16-unit residential buildings onto the first phase, added the community center and pool into the first phase. And so when you add those buildings, you also got to add the road and the parking and the water and sewer and drainage. So it causes other changes in here, but really that was the addition, is these 4 structures were added into the first phase there.
Okay.
That's it. All right, thank you.
You've been busy for a month since we saw you last.
Yes.
This is also public hearings, and there's a couple people signed up, so I moved we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. The first one signed up is Joe Lentz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Lentz. I live at 29 Darrow Place. And I'm going to basically complain, not about the project, but about the way it's being run. I'm not an overly religious man. However, I believe in God. My worshiping habits in that respect aren't the best. However, after a long week, I do worship munchies in front of my fireplace, watching football on a quiet Sunday afternoon. Be that as it may, 3 Sundays ago, to my chagrin, through closed doors, I could hear bang, bang, bang of a nail gun as a roofing crew was putting a roof on the first building. I was trying to watch my beloved Jets. However, I could hear it through closed doors. Now, I'm speaking for everyone, not just myself. 15% of the people on Darrow Place are retired. However, 85% go to work 5 days a week and only have Saturday and Sunday to themselves. And to have one of those days where you hear bang, bang, bang of a nail gun, the rattle of heavy equipment, the drone of diesel engines is kind of upsetting. I was brought up being told that Sunday was a day of rest, and I do worship my quiet Sundays. However, 3 Sundays ago, I didn't have that, and I just hope going forward that this does not happen. I'm sure, I know everyone on Darrow Place agrees with me that we need at least one day of respite from all the noise, and hopefully the town agrees with me. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thanks for your comment. Second sign up on Darrow Place also is Breck Martin.
Hi, Breck Martin, 15 Darrow Place. And I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Joe just had to talk about, and that's the excessive noise that's going on. Most of it in excess of the town ordinances as far as noise levels. In the environmental impact statement, the final version, they were talking about noise, and they were saying, as far as existing conditions, sensitive noise receptors are facilities that are and uses that are dependent upon a state of serenity and quiet, or are uses that are particularly sensitive to noise levels. Land uses that are typically considered to be sensitive noise receptors include residences, schools, hospitals, churches, libraries, and certain types of outdoor recreation areas, such as nature preserves. Well, unfortunately, for a week and a half, all day long, we had, and I'm not sure if it was a pneumatic rock breaker or whether it was a hydraulic rock breaker or some kind of pounding equipment that, again, in the environmental impact statement in section 3 under noise, says within 50 feet, it is considered about 91 decibel level for the pneumatic and 95 decibel level for the hydraulic. And it does drop down to 71 and 67 respectively at 800 feet, which is probably closer to where I live. But that's still 1.5 times what the town allows for as far as the 55 decibel level that everyone's supposed to adhere to. Now, I know there are certain exceptions to that, and I'm trying to be tolerant of that. But in number 3, I'm sorry, still in section 3, paragraph C, they said the proposed project would adhere to all local noise regulations. And again, I say there are exceptions. And they also stated that occasional noise levels at the site property line are projected to range between 65 decibels and 90 decibels, depending upon the actual location of construction equipment at any given time. These elevated noise occurrences would be sporadic during the construction period. They also go on to say it's anticipated that nearby properties would experience temporary elevated noise levels at occasional periods during the construction of the proposed project. This is a temporary construction-related unavoidable impact. Well, I'm not sure what those words mean as far as occasional or temporary, but when it goes on for a week and a half, from early in the morning, pounding of these drills or rock breakers or whatever it is, to me, that's not occasional or temporary. But again, it's up to the discretion of the town to make that determination, and I hope they will do that. The other interesting thing is when the site project, all the workmen seem to disappear around 4:30, 5 o'clock, which is wonderful, and just when the rock pounding stops, you figure, oh, good, we're going to get a little peace and quiet during the dinner hour. No. All evening, all night, and into the wee hours of the morning, probably until the workmen arrive again, we have generators running all night long. Now, again, I have no idea what the decibel levels are. I don't know if I have to hire a forensic audiologist to come out there and verify for me. But again, even through closed windows at night, those generators go all night long. It doesn't seem fair to the residents who should be able to expect some peace and quiet after normal working hours and on weekends. Again, that's addressed in 139-4J, machinery. It says, the operation of any machinery, equipment, pump, fan, air conditioning apparatus, or other mechanical device in such a manner as to create an unreasonable noise ain't gonna happen. Well, guess what? It's happening. And nobody seems to be holding anyone's feet to the fire. So, again, I know Joe's Sundays are sacred, and I can understand where he's coming from, but it's not just Sundays. It's pounding all day long for a week and a half, which to me is not reasonable or temporary, and the generator's running all night long, which is not conducive to a residential neighborhood and the peace and quiet that we are entitled to. At least some breaks of solitude I think we're entitled to for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Well, thanks for your comments and bringing it to our attention. Is there anyone else would like to speak on Eastdale Village? Okay. Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, let me, Eric, you have any?
I think Jeff outlined the proposed modifications pretty well. Staff did take a look at the reallocation of space. It does appear consistent with the uses of the table from past, with the exception of the additional 144 square foot increase in the bandstand and the 500 square foot of the cottage as designated as a lease office. Other than those additions, the square footage lines up with the previous approval. And staff is recommending, if the board like, to consider a conditional amended, finding that the project conforms with previous seeker findings, and to grant conditional amended site plan approval.
Thank you. Any concerns down with the new water sewer line routing?
Just some minor things that will get worked out. Nothing of any great consequence.
Okay. I guess I'll go around the board, starting with Nicole this time.
So you went over everything and answered a couple of my questions while you're doing that. But one other thing, you now have, what is it, an increase of 0.63 acres of open space, right?
So, I'm gonna stumble on the increase of open space because I'm gonna stumble on the increase of open space because there was a math error in one of the tables. The actual square footage number was correct, but somehow a 2 got transposed to a 7.
So was it just an error then?
It was, right, it
Okay.
was literally a typo.
Okay.
So I don't, the total square footage to be provided on the plan, say 31.36 acres, I think in front of you. It should be 30.85 acres.
30.85. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. So it is an increase because of the green area, but it's not that big. It wasn't a half an acre, right? So,
Okay.
Right, okay.
Thanks.
Anything else?
No, that was it.
Let me jump over to Peter.
Help me out. Somebody help me. We have a project here that's approved for up to $124,000 995 square feet. It sounds like you're increasing that to 125,639 square feet. That's an additional 644 square feet. And I'm struggling. I mean, your rationale here is the gross square footage, and these are your words, the gross square footage is increased by 644 square feet as, meaning because, each of these uses are accessory. And I'm struggling with how does the fact that they're accessory provide for an increase in the amount of square footage that you were provided in your approval?
Sure. Well, I guess my first comment is yes, we're asking for an amended approval. So clearly that's we're being asking for that. But the standards under which we looked at the additional 644 square feet out of 480,000 total square feet. So there are the limitations imposed on us through our seeker review and through the actions of the board relate to three very specific items. One is 6 units per acre of residential density. Well, let me just please, I would bear with me. I'll get there. Right. And then there are limitations on commercial square footage. That's the 124,995, I believe. So there are other uses which don't have an impact on traffic, water, sewer, garbage, drainage, and that's these non-commercial accessory residential uses. The bandstand at 144 square feet and the residential leasing office at 500 square feet. So we didn't consider those as having an impact as measurable under the seeker review done. Yes, it is proposed additional square footage, but there is no limitation in either the zoning code other than a coverage percentage, no limitation in zoning code or in the seeker review for that specific square footage of, again, non-commercial square footage. And so that was the approach that we took to that calculation.
And I don't blame you. I don't blame you for taking that approach. I would try it myself. But the thing is, why shouldn't we ask you just to shift that 644 square feet to some other building? In other words, subtract it from one of your other buildings rather than our increasing the amount of space allowed.
Sure, because that subtraction then would be subtracting commercial square footage. It's not a like modification. So now you have a commercial use that you're suggesting comes out of the plan because there's a bandstand.
Okay, so you are the bandstand, okay, but the leasing office, you would not consider that to be a commercial use?
It's the residential leasing office, so it's not a commercial brokerage office, right? This is the residential leasing office. So we consider that, and I believe your zoning officer has agreed it is an accessory residential use, not a commercial use. So.
I think it's considered non-residential as well as non-commercial.
Thank you.
It's not going to be permanent.
It will be permanent, yes.
Permanent is leasing, not
Yes.
changing to commercial space or something.
Correct. There's always turnover, right? I mean, it's yes, it'll get started, but then there's a lot of work with the tenants over the course of all that runs.
A lot of units to.
Yes.
I want to be certain that we are authorized to do this.
So I had a discussion with Eric about this earlier today. I wasn't aware of Lizette Ortiz, with her now married name, but in any event, our zoning administrator. So apparently she has determined that this leasing office, because it's a residential leasing office for the number of residential units on the property, is an accessory use to the residential uses, but it does not need to get counted toward the residential requirement of 6 houses per acre, in the same way that we're not counting the gazebos and the mailroom, et cetera. So it's her opinion that this falls into that category. So what would happen here is there will be a restriction on the site plan that says that this leasing space is solely for the use of the applicant or the designee for that rental purpose and can never be a commercial space. And at any such time where they're looking to make it a commercial space, then they need to come in and do the analysis.
Okay, thanks.
And there's no way you could put this, you couldn't cite the leasing office in one of your new buildings?
We certainly could. We think it works well here and is actually in addition to the site to bring it not in amongst the apartment buildings, but out in the on that green on the main street. That was, again, from programmatically, we thought it added to the whole project to bring it out there.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that legally this is okay?
Yes.
We're authorized to do that, okay. You made a comment about the photometrics, and you described the change in the lighting, but we don't have any data with regard to the lumens, or how the change will affect the photometrics on the site. The plans that we have that you submitted tonight are all dated August 27. Are you going to provide us with an update on those plans?
The date on the plans is...
The one I have is August 27.
August 27, but there's a revision date, and the revised photometrics were provided on those plans.
Okay. Yes.
So I...
Peter, I'll just jump in. Peter, you'd asked me to take a look at the photometrics. I did take a look at them. They are overall consistent with the parameters of the previous approval with respect to the foot candle levels over off-site property boundaries, except for, and this would be, I'd left in one comment for additional technical consistency comments and staff, and this would be one of them. There's one area in which the new lighting does provide greater than the permitted 0.2 foot candles on an adjacent residential property for one of those properties, and so I would ask that would be one of our technical consistency comments that you seek to revise before signature. But other than that, overall, the foot candles comported with Section 21081.
Okay. We're losing 13 parking spaces, but the plan that I have is so small, even with a magnifying glass, I can't make it out. Are you looking at the parking, and are we okay with the loss of those 13 spaces?
The planning, this site is dealt with a little differently than a single-use site, in that the board approved a site plan which included the applicant's proposal for a shared use analysis of overall parking on the site. So in the review today, I pointed out that there's not a one-to-one correspondence between each building's use, and there is an analysis of the demand for each building and the requirements, and they've gone through the analysis. The board approved a number. That number that was previously approved is decreased by, was it 12 or 15?
13.
I forget. 13. And so it's up to the board with the same discretion that it had previously to accept that number or to require that it be provided elsewhere on the plan.
Well, the difficulty that we have is that because the site is fairly complex, we don't really know. I mean, it's hard to predict the future. You may need, if you expand a component somewhere else on the site that would require those 13 spaces, you have to consider as the developer that you might be faced with a deficit spaces down the line. So, I mean, that's really a decision that you're making now.
You're not wrong, right? It's very important to us. Yeah, right.
Jeff,
I'm sorry.
It just occurred to me, I think one of the conditions of the previous amendment or of the original approval was that there's a notation on the plan which I think gives the planning board the discretion to, as additional buildings come online, for the planning board to request meeting with the applicant to revisit the parking for those buildings as they come online, if the staff or the board feel that there is insufficient parking. Am I correct in that?
You're absolutely right, and I forget which note it is, but it's on the title sheet that says the planning board can kind of tell us to come here and reopen site plan approval, even if we haven't made an application, you can come here to talk about parking, yes.
Because the board had that concern at the beginning, given the future development of the buildings and the intensity of use is yet to be determined.
Okay. Finally, with regard to Mr. Lentz and Mr. Martin and their concerns that they expressed about noise, is it up to the building department to respond to those kinds of concerns? Who's?
Well, yeah, it's an enforcement issue either through zoning or through building, but I will work with, the applicants here to figure out what needs to be done to try to address those concerns.
Or if Mr. Lentz and Mr. Martin, they have the option of going to the building department and expressing their concern, or meeting with the developer.
Can we dial 911? I don't know.
Jeff, can you maybe take a stab at suggesting some steps that you might take to ensure that those exceedances don't continue?
Right. So the two things I guess I want to say. One is we've taken the comment about Sunday work to heart and recognizing it's certainly considered in the town code, but we also understand the need to be a good neighbor. So we are had met on site and agreed we're going to look to limit the number of Sundays where we have to work to fewer than was originally programmed. The doing the roof on a Sunday was probably a bad idea, right? I mean, I agree with that. That was we needed the roof on, yes. Could it not have been on a Sunday? Probably so, and that was a scheduling thing that we probably could have done without. And so for that, we do apologize for the impact. There is one extenuating circumstance that I know the town engineer and the building inspector are aware of, and we are to place one of the lowest sewer manhole. It's in groundwater, and so we have to dewater the pit to get that manhole in. It has required the use of a pump around the clock. That is not a permanent situation. As soon as we can get that drawn down and get that manhole in, then we won't have to have that. It's not a generator for a generator. It won't be a long-term thing. It's as soon as we can get that water level down, that pump goes away, and we can you won't hear it after.
Do you have a time frame on that?
I don't, because it's. I mean, we're hoping any day now it'll drop. I mean,
Is there an alternate generator with different noise characteristics you could use instead of the one presently in use?
We had a smaller generator and it wasn't pumping fast enough, so we'll look and see what we can do. So,
can you come up with baffles particularly in the direction of the residents, so that with the same noise it could reduce that going in their direction?
Well, absolutely, yes. We'll see what we can do to redirect that noise. We'll take another look at that. So, but again, the staff did meet with the building inspector on site, and we're looking to maintain compliance with the requirements here.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Peter?
No.
All right, move on to Brian.
So I'm sorry, as you said, the plans are pretty large. Was the leasing office in the original plan? The one the site plan approval?
There was not a building identified as a leasing office. It always kind of floated. So this is where we think it landed best. At one point we thought, well, is it on the second floor? The building's up on 44. is it on the first floor there? We didn't like it. We didn't like it on the first part of the main street. We didn't really like it back in, at one point we thought maybe put it in the community center, but that didn't seem to really work from the perspective of feeding the whole site. So it floated around in our program, and as we created this green, it was like, hey, that'll be a really good spot for it, we think, to be able not only to, as a leasing office, but it kind of becomes a program center for stuff that may happen on the green area there. So it if you've got something stored they need to pull out for the program, and so that it seemed to really work for the site.
Okay. And bandstand, same deal?
We did not have a bandstand in the original program. That's the right. We have pavilions. Actually, we did have a pavilion in the original boulevard, and that disappeared. So I guess programmatically, there was some non-residential, non-commercial square footage that kind of went away, and it's come back in the form of a bandstand. And bandstand is meant to be really kind of an architectural term as opposed to a constant bandstand.
Wasn't the greatest night when we're talking about noise to bring up the bandstand.
Right.
Okay, and then that same light, look, if you allow me, I'm a PR guy by day, so over communication will prevent what happened tonight. So mailboxes are open, and you can drop notices in, hey, this changed. We get it, but like you said, you guys want to be good neighbors, so we appreciate it.
Good idea if something's coming up like that, if you have to do blasting or anything, that'd be good to notify. Rocco?
Nothing else at this time.
Bob?
Nothing more from me.
All right, thank you. I guess my concerns were also addressed for most of what we said today. Did have a question on what you hear on a monthly basis. What do you anticipate any future big amendments like this? Especially we're concerned about the square footage growth and things like that.
I don't have any. We don't have any big plans, to spring on you, but I will again repeat that this is tenant driven. We've had some great response from tenants in the area here. So in 2 months, do I expect those buildings on East Hill Drive to start to really take a final form? That feels about right in terms of timing and what would happen. So yes,
Okay.
we do intend to be here in January. We're going to make a submission, but that's really a surprise, right? That's really we want to tweak some of the architectural review, some of the materials for the residential structures, and so I'll leave you with that teaser. That's but we think that it's really the building stays the same, but we think we've made some improvements on the building look, and so we're going to present that to you in January.
Sounds good.
And I guess each building informs the next one, and that's kind of the take here. And as we finalize and get each piece of it, it really starts to take place and move the whole program forward.
Thanks for clarifying.
I move that the planning board find the action contemplated by the Eastdale Village Second Amendment site plan application dated August 27th, 2018 is consistent with seeker findings statement for the McDonald Heights Town Center as adapted March 15th, 2018. And I move that the planning board grant conditional amended site plan approval for the Eastdale Village Second Amended Site Plan application subject to the following: respond to the comments of all reviewing departments and agencies, said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, including but not limited to the following 1 through 9D.
And I'd like to add 10 to address the noise concerns by the neighbors tonight as we
Carl, there's also just a technicality. The date in that resolution of the second amended site plan application is, I believe, dated, I believe it's November 19th, 2018, not August 27th. There's a typo.
Oh, November
Instead of August, November 18th, you said.
November 18th. Okay.
Second. Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thanks. And
Thank you.
Good luck again, and continued progress, and keep the neighbors in mind.
Yes, thank you.
A few more amendments, we'll have a Bill of Rights.
Thanks for coming.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Verizon Wireless, right? The next one.
Yes. Okay, next up, Verizon Wireless at Fox Run, site plan public hearing for a proposed installation of a small cell wireless telecommunications facility on the rooftop of an existing four-story residential building. 1 to 60 Campus View Court, Zone FC, Fairview Center District, and PROD, Planned Residential Overlay District, 14.09 acres, unlisted action, Fox Run at Fulton LLC owner. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and describe the project.
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for your service to the town and being here tonight. My name is Brian Sarkey. I'm here to present Verizon Wireless small cell proposal at Fox Run at Fulton. Alongside with me is our RF engineer with Verizon Wireless, Mike Crosby. He's a very experienced professional with respect to RF engineering, so any respective questions about coverage and those things can be directed his way. Just as I get my computer ready, I'll start to this.
Bless you.
While I wait for everything to load, I just wanted to explain a little bit more in detail about the small cell program. The small cell is essentially a smaller configuration. A lot of times, a lot of the board members and staff have been used to what we call typically a macro site. It's a much larger site. A lot of times you have a backup generator. You have several antennas on a single monopole, in some cases greater than 100 feet in height. In this particular case, we're proposing a facility of 133 square feet in total, about 9.5 feet or 9.9 feet in height above the existing elevator bulkhead on the building. And it consists of equipment area about 5 feet by 7.5 feet. And Mike, I don't know if you want to address some of the coverage objectives of the facility while I try to get this computer to boot up.
When I grab the plug and I can put this up on the screen.
Sure, yeah.
I put together a little visual aid here that we could take a look at some of the RF justifications, some of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing here. As you're very well aware, this is a densely populated, dense utilization area, hospital, college, commercial, corridors, so there's a lot going on in this particular area. And we only have, really one sector of one of our sites that's covering all that, and that's the north face, and you can see on the screen right down here, this is the Marist, we call our Marist macro site. It's only about 50 feet above ground level, so it's a relatively small macro. It's not very tall like a lot of the ones you see, 150, 200 feet tall. This is a relatively small macro.
Is that co-located on one of the buildings there?
One of the buildings, yep. And we do have, throughout the campus, we do have in-building systems spread out throughout the campus as well. And as we're sort of walking through the description of what's going on in this area, I know one of the questions was, do we have other plans in the area? We do have a Winslow Gate site that we'd like to do at some point. We don't have anything nailed down, but we suspect, and we can project that with time, we're going to need another site in that area to take some additional traffic off the Marist sector.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were aware of the project. They're an applicant here tonight. That whole north section there is going to be a lot of residential, commercial space. So.
That's good to know, and part of this application is associated with the residential expansion in that particular area. In addition to the block housing for Marist, obviously we have another several hundred residents that are in that particular area. We can see that there's a lot of utilization on our network that's coming from that area. And in order to, it's a little bit of a challenging area because of the terrain, and because the small cells that were mentioned earlier, it wasn't very long ago, just a few years ago, we'd be coming in here looking for a 12 by 24 shelter with a big diesel generator and 15 antennas and, all these sorts of things. And the good news is for all of us, a win-win situation with technology is, technology's advanced dramatically. The size of the radios that we use is much smaller. The antenna technology is continuing to improve. Fortunately for us, the densification of our network allows us to be able to provide smaller sites. So the small cell term can mean different things to different people, but in the nature of small versus large, there's places in between that these size solutions may fit. And the way we engineer the network is we try to fully understand what the problem is first. We say, what's wrong here? How do we need to fix this? And we don't fix it with rubber stamps. You could rubber stamp it small or large, and that's just a general term that's used. But this particular small cell, is fairly robust in the sense that it's going to allow us to fix this problem and move on to the next one and not have to keep coming back to try to fix this one particular problem. So that's one of the criteria that we're following here, is to try to make sure that we substantially resolve this issue so that we can move on. And this is going to help not just the area around 25 and 27. Is it Rondeck Road? Is their address or?
The address is 1 to 60 Chemistry Court.
So it's not just that area that we're fixing. Because this offloads that north-facing sector of Marist College, it actually improves the entire area. So there's a direct resolution where we're able to resolve the capacity and in-building coverage issues. There's also the indirect benefit where it's actually taking that traffic off that macro cell and allowing that macro cell itself to work better. So when you're thinking of this solution, think of it in that dimension where there's multiple dimensions here that's impacting.
So you anticipate more of these small cells as you're trying to move to more fifth generation bandwidth type of stuff?
So, this is the evolution towards that.
Offloading
Yep.
More offloading of the main tower.
Right. There'll be new services available with fifth generation as well. That's beyond anything that we're working on currently. So that's part of the evolution.
I didn't know if you had to come back and do something again for fifth generation.
I'm sure you'll see us. I'm sure you'll see us again for those things.
Well, we'll talk more about it.
Right. So, do you want to?
Yeah, I could go through. I was a little flustered when I started out just because of some technical difficulties, so I want to apologize for that. But I do have. I'll just take us briefly through the site design. So again, this will consist of an antenna location. The antenna is about 23 inches in a concealed shroud. And alongside that, there's a 5.5 by, actually 5 by 7.5 equipment platform, all ballast frame. There's no rooftop penetrations being proposed in this area right now, which is a lot of different perspectives. Is great from an environmental standpoint. It also alleviates the need with residential right underneath disturbances and noise. Obviously, we would have to get our cabling, our conduit, our power, and our fiber to the site, so that would come from an existing access location along the rooftop. These cable trays won't be visible from any access view, given that they're below the parapet. As you see the elevations here, this kind of shows a little more detail. The antenna, again, is located on top of the bulkhead elevator portion right here. There's a 44-inch tall tripod mount, and the concealment shroud that consists of 3 antennas on the inside. Again, there's some more specifications with respect to the soft shell concealment that we're proposing. It's 22 inches by, I believe, 7.5 feet tall, or 74 inches rather.
That's just one antenna inside there, it's not double stacked?
Well, actually, I'll jump in here if you don't mind. This is a fairly new product. It's made by a company called CommScope. It's what they call their soft shell concealment solution. And what it does is it allows access to the antennas for if we had to go up and do any type of maintenance. It actually has a soft shell, so it's almost like a curtain that raises up, allows us access to the antenna and other equipment that's underneath there, like the cabling and connectors. But it's really designed to conceal the 3 antennas that fit behind there. So there's actually three panel antennas that are behind that shroud. And this is, it's one of the newer solutions that's available. I think it's a nice solution because from a distance it looks like a smokestack or some other type of typical rooftop use that you would see on buildings. We've used them in a couple other locations. They blend in pretty decent, but they're not cheap. It's not an inexpensive solution. So if there's something else that works better for the board, we can discuss. There may be other alternatives if it's something that's not viewed favorably. Like I say, it's not an inexpensive solution. A lot of times we'll go in and we'll just propose the 3 antennas. In this case, we said, you know what, let's just go right with the Cadillac loaded option. We'll give them the best concealment solution. That way we're stealthing it in. But I know earlier this week we were discussing some other options that may be available, which we'd be happy to discuss if that's something the board wishes.
Right. I want to backtrack a little bit. The project started here internally about a couple years ago. We were looking for a site in this particular area. Originally, we had thought about a independent standalone pole, which from a lot of different standpoints didn't seem the most desirable proposal in terms of locating a new pole. Certainly would be have a greater visual impact than what we're currently proposing right now. I'll just take you through some of the photo simulations. We have prepared a view shed map. This view shed map shows some of the areas in green that this particular facility would be visible from. I want to note that it was very difficult for us to find simulation opportunities where we could actually get a picture to show this facility and simulate the facility. Given the existing terrain of the neighborhood, the landscape that surrounds the area. This is our first photo sim. This is from Cedar Street. And as you can tell, this is the before photo. This is the after photo. There's a small pixelated, what I consider to be more of a stealth chimney. This is from Fairview Avenue and Fulton Street. This is the before photo. This is the after photo. These are some on-site locations, and this shows the facility a little more closely. I also want to add that given Page Park's submittal as part of this site plan, they've done a great job with the landscaping, so over time, the landscape will certainly mature, adding, making this even less of an impact visually. And that's the after photo. Again, from the front of the building in the parking lot, this is before, after. And this is from the north end of the Fulton Street parking lot, before and after.
All right. Anything further right now?
Nope.
This is a public hearing. I did not see anyone signed up for it, but is there, I move that we open a public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this application? All right, seeing none, I move we adjourn the public hearing to January 17th, 2019.
Second.
Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Eric?
Sure. Staff have reviewed it. Primarily, the comments have to do with, not with the proposed use or the nature of it, but the board had, some members of the board had expressed concern with the visibility, and there was a significant lack of information in the application that was reviewed and received. I understand there was some additional information submitted today that has not been reviewed yet. I guess I will also point out the, for any visual analysis, it is typical for that to be conducted during leaf-off conditions, to be realistic. And then, other than that, the visual analysis is really kind of it's up to the board. It's as much an architectural as a site plan issue for the board's consideration. So we've laid out a recommendation either way for the board to proceed, either to defer this pending additional information with some suggested items of visual analysis to be addressed. If the board determines that there's not going to be any visual effects, then it could proceed with a conditioned approval.
Right. Any adjourning things? Probably nothing. Let me go around the board then, starting with Peter.
What's the operating range of this piece of equipment?
As far as distance is
Effective,
concerned,
yeah.
the coverage area, less than say about 800 feet.
800 feet?
800 to 1,000 foot radius. We could get you an exact number on that if you'd like.
Yeah, no, that's 800 is probably a reasonable number. I'm just thinking that if you were to, the coverage area is such that it would require, let's say if you wanted to expand this into other parts of the town, would require the placement of quite a few additional units. Is that fair to say?
It's really something that's driven by the demand for the particular area. And this area is extremely high demand relative to a lot of other areas. So I wouldn't expect to see this everywhere. This is something you see in hotspot type areas, as we call them.
Okay. I just for the record, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but I just want to read it for you in case you're not, because I think it's foundational to a concern that we have generally, and that we pretty much address all applications in the same way whenever there's something mounted on a rooftop, whether it's an air conditioning unit or a piece of equipment like this. I just want to read it for you. It's section 210-152, entitled Planning Board Standards for Site Plan Approval. And that is mechanical equipment or other utility hardware located on roofs shall be screened from public view with materials harmonious with the building, specified as to color so as to blend with their surroundings, or located so as not to be visible from residential property or any public land. And we've had applications similar to this for similar types of equipment, and I think we have a photo available that we could share with you if it would be helpful to you to move forward. I don't think anyone here has any objection to your locating the equipment and using it. I'm sure there's a strong demand for it. We just wanted, in this application, it's not similar to an application in a more traditionally densely populated area where you have more of a single-family residential character than you have here. And basically, I don't think we want to set a precedent. We want to do it, since it's the first one, we just want to take some care, and maybe if you could come back to the next meeting with some ideas, that you could share with us so that we could help you just basically move this forward.
Sure. More than willing to do that. One of the difficulties of this site is it's a small site to begin with. And when we talk about large concealment, if we were to build, say a building on top of a rooftop, we'd be talking about, a lot of penetrations to the roof. And then the visual impact might be larger depending on how the board may feel about that. But those are some of the challenges that we're having internally in addressing that. And I think that's, when we're working with what I explained, kind of the difference between the small cells and the macro sites are much larger. We're dealing with 12 antennas, in some cases generators, and a whole number of a much bigger equipment area. So there's a lot of masses that you can kind of move along in certain areas of the rooftop, where in this particular case, we're really limited into our options. But we have been discussing a lot of these things internally and trying to, come up with as least impactful of a design as we can.
That's all we want. If you could share those with us, it'd be great.
Sure.
Thanks, Peter.
Can I follow up on that just a little bit? Let me grab that cord from you real quick, because I just want to try to. Because one of the things I wanted to achieve tonight was I did want to convey the coverage, so I appreciate you asking that question. And I have the ability to show you that here on the screen.
All right.
And this will give you a little bit better idea. I apologize, I know it takes a second to get accustomed to what we're looking at here, but this dark line here is the town of Poughkeepsie boundary. Marist College is in this area, Winslow Gate. And then, of course, we have Rondeck Road. So this red circle just circles the proposed site that we have right now. And the red and the blue coverage is from all of our sites in the general area. The red represents the sector that we're most concerned with, the one that's overloaded that we're trying to resolve. So as you can see, that red coverage is also encompassing the area of the proposed site. If you look at the following slide, you'll see the green coverage here. The green color represents the coverage that this proposed site would provide. And that does provide offload in an area where we know there's a significant amount of traffic coming from. It also improves what we call the SINAR, which is a measurement of interference. So when we're able to improve on that, that in itself also improves capacities. And speaking of SINAR, excuse me, one of the reasons why the antennas are the size that they are, as I started to mention earlier about the terrain that we have to deal with, well, this is a smaller cell, and it's positioned on, I think it's about a 4-story rooftop. In order for us to contain this site so that it doesn't overshoot into the unwanted area, for example, we don't want the green to cover too much into the red, because otherwise we'll just simply shift our problem from one location to the other, and that doesn't make a lot of engineering sense. So it has to be controlled. And in order to control that, because of the terrain and the way it drops down to the river, we have to have 10 degrees of electrical tilt. And what that does is it prevents the signal. It allows us to contain that RF signal to a certain area so that it doesn't overshoot. So I just wanted to express that so that that could be understood. That's fairly critical for us. And in order to do that, it does drive us in the direction of the particular antennas that we've selected, which are a little larger than we normally would use for a small cell. But again, like I said before, as opposed to the rubber stamp methodology, we try to specifically engineer a solution that's going to work for this area. And also not improve just the area that this new site is going, but the greater area. That's our goal here. So I just wanted to offer that up. And that does create a little bit of a complication in trying to come up with a proper visual. And we do have some ideas we would like to.
If it weren't complicated, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Sure.
Yeah, appreciate the coverage map. If you had, if you had to keep the antenna below, at the roof height, parapet height, for example, like you have an idea what that would do to your coverage map?
Yeah, the coverage itself, we can happen is we can have some shadowing from the building itself. So depending upon where that antenna is located, and keeping in mind, one of the main objectives that we have, and we've received feedback from the landlord that there's areas of their building that there's very weak to no coverage. One of the reasons why we have those 3 centrally located antennas, a lot of times you'll see our rooftop type sites, you'll see one sector at one end of the building, another sector at the other end of the building, this one's centrally located on purpose so that we're actually in an area that we can cover inside the buildings that are there on that property. So that's one of the objectives, and it's one of the challenges that we face in trying to figure out how to do that. So we need to clear the clutter, and in this case, to the east, some of the clutter is the trees. We don't clear the clutter to the east. The trees are much taller. So when we're looking at the profile view of the building and you see that antenna above in the drawing, in reality, it's not going to be as visible in the drawing as is shown because it's actually shadowed behind. The trees are behind there, so it's not like it makes up the skyline view that you're going to see because of the trees behind there. So a couple of those challenges are things we probably need to discuss and share that information so we can help to better understand each other's challenges and find a way to a win-win solution.
Yeah, I think visual is our main concern, but as Peter brought up, anything further, Peter?
No.
Have frequencies changed over time, spectrums in order to get the in-building, the line of sight issues?
There are differences in frequencies. They're certainly not all created equal. Fortunately for Verizon, we have several different frequency bands that we utilize. In the case of Marist College, the site that's currently serving the area, we have both what we currently refer to as low band and high band, and those terms will continue to change as we start to go into 5th generation. That's already changing. Yeah. So I'll just refer to them by their actual frequencies. It may be more simple to do that at this point. The 700 megahertz, and I'll try to avoid going too technical, so I know I'll put people to sleep if I do that. I apologize. The 700 megahertz is the lower frequency. That has better in-building propagation characteristics.
Okay.
It's unfortunately narrower in its overall bandwidth, meaning it can't carry as much capacity. We also have what we currently refer to as high band, but we'll refer to as PCS, which is around 1900 megahertz. Mm-hmm. We also have AWS, which is the advanced wireless spectrum. That's 2100 megahertz. Both of those are very similar in how they work. They're a little bit more limited in building. And when we go out to densify the network with these small cells, you're almost always going to hear us talking about those higher bands, those higher frequency bands, the AWS and PCS. Those are wider in bandwidth. They have higher capacity, more users, faster speeds, more voice calls. And that's another thing to keep in mind too. We're in that data era, but our voice traffic is running on that same network, the 4G LTE network. We use VoLTE, voice over LTE. So you'll hear, when we refer to these things, I sometimes find folks may start thinking that we're just talking about like the smartphone's ability to browse the internet or play games and things. It's actually voice as well. So that's, to answer your question, we do have all these bands. This particular site that we're proposing, Rondeck Road, is proposed to be what we would call a dual high band site. So it would have the AWS and PCS spectrum. So it has the highest capacity. And it's also easier to contain the higher frequency. So the higher frequency is shorter wavelength. It's more impacted by the area clutter, buildings, things like that, which actually helps us in the sense that we can prevent our own sites from interfering with our neighboring sites. The lower frequencies are much less easy to contain in that regard, and they have a tendency, we can't have too many of those. The high frequency, we can have more of those, and that's why we refer to densification of the network, because right now, we have some coverage in the building, but it's from the low band service, which is overloaded. The Marist site, even though it has AWS and PCS on it, it doesn't cover properly in that building, those buildings in that general area, the block buildings and the neighborhoods and roads surrounding there. So this will allow us the ability to get our best bands of service in action in that area and offload the network.
Going forward, is it possible that these small cells could be combined with, say, lampposts?
So there's again, I think one of the things we have to consider is when we're talking 4G versus we're talking 5G, really there's.
Are they not high enough? Is that what you're
well,
trying
it
to say?
depends on what the problem is that we're trying to solve.
I only say that because there are other states that are doing that, and it blends right in. And it's not an eyesore on top of a building. not to say that this is necessarily an eyesore, but like Peter was saying, it needs to look nicer, and there needs to be some type of screening.
So I would say this, we do the lamppost solutions where that makes sense. In this particular case, it doesn't make sense for us because it's just not able to solve the problems that we have in that area. So we have a particular size problem, and we have to scale the solution properly to resolve that. And the good news is we don't need a full-blown macro where we'd have that huge 12 by 24, 12 by 30 shelter and the diesel generator and all those other things that we don't like having to negotiate. So this gives us the ability to scale it down significantly, but it's not quite to the scale of what you've seen as far as the lampposts are concerned. But I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't see us using those in the future in other locations. You may even see something like that in the Winslow Gate area. That may be something that's more appropriate for down in that area where we take a light pole and replace it. In this particular case, it's not a valid solution for us. It doesn't get the job done. And we don't want to be in a situation where we spend everybody's time and money and have to come back to you and say, yeah, we didn't get the job done. We're going to give it another shot. We do know that we need something of this scale to do what we need to do here.
In addition to Mike's comment, I think one of the great things about the town of Poughkeepsie is you have great landscaping throughout the community. Tree-lined streets, Route 9 has a very good presence and a sense of landscaping around this particular site. And that might make it a little more challenging from a sense of adding those small cell antennas to poles because you have a lot of landscaping. So in other words, you're in a catch-22 situation where that those poles might not be as effective as what the solution we're offering here at this particular location.
All right. Anything further?
Nothing further from me.
Rocco?
I think I heard you say earlier that you're not just set on this particular solution. Would any of the other solutions that you could do help but to ameliorate this issue?
Well, there's something new that's come up, and I only learned about it this week, so other people may have heard about it already, but I think it's worth discussing. So I'm going to take a chance here. I'm going to show you something. And I don't get too excited about things at work very often anymore. It's kind of you've seen these things enough times. But I actually think this is pretty cool. I hope you guys will think this is pretty neat too. But there's 3M has only recently announced this, and I only found out about it this week. But this is actually a traditional macro type of a sector where you'd have 3 or 4 or 5 antennas on a boom. The proposal that we have is for 3 antennas that are actually what we call cluster mounted. So they're actually on one pipe, and they actually make up a triangle. So really you have kind of the face of each antenna is touching each other to make up that triangle. I saw this, and when we were talking about, what other solutions we might be able to offer up in this particular example, I have no idea what this costs, and I could get in trouble if I were to say that for sure we can do this until I find out what the cost is. But 3M has developed this product that it's basically adhesive film that you stick onto the face of the radome of the antenna, and it reflects the light that it sees, and it helps it to blend into the surrounding. Why I think it's so neat is because I've actually seen some shows, it was probably Discovery Channel or something like that, where they actually had a house that was made out of mirrors, and they had it in the woods, and you didn't even know it was there. You could walk right into this building. And so when I saw this, immediately I thought of that house that I'd seen the show about, and I said, that's pretty smart. That's a pretty neat application. And the town of Poughkeepsie, in my opinion, could be the first. Do you want to be the first to try it? There's pros and cons to everything, right? So I wanted to make sure that you were at least advised of it, and it's something that we could possibly entertain. Obviously, we have to look into it more. We got to find out the costs associated with it. But compared to the soft shell concealment solution, here's something to keep in mind. That soft shell concealment solution, as Brian mentioned, was 74 inches tall. The actual antennas that are behind that are only 54 inches tall. So from a visual standpoint, that's a fairly significant % reduction in the overall visual exposure level. If we were to use this film to further conceal those antennas, knowing that they're really back to back to each other, I think it could potentially solve the problem. I think we have some ground to cover to get there, but I at least wanted to make it known, and this was something that's out there now. There's a really neat video on YouTube. There's a couple of them. So I would encourage anyone that's interested in this to take a look on YouTube and watch it's called 3M Conceal Film. You type that into YouTube, and there's a couple neat product intro type videos.
Sounds good. There's new technology coming out all the time for these things.
There is. There is.
Anything further, Rocco?
Was this your alternative proposal? Or
This was what I was thinking of when I was mentioning that, yes. So
Okay.
I think this might be the win-win, where if we're hearing each other's concerns properly, I think this might.
So you would still have them in a triangular shape for your use, but have the conceal film around it versus the tubular.
Right, so one of the downsides to that soft shell concealment is, in order for the three antennas to be behind it, it is fairly large in diameter, whereas if you
about
had
2
just the
feet.
three antennas back to back and they had the film on it, it does reduce the profile fairly significantly, and I'd like to do one just to see how it works. So I think it would, and we do that. If there's some new product that's out there, how do you know unless you try it? So I think it'd be worth a try.
Okay. Letting us know about that. Bob, anything?
Yeah. The soft shell in this film, are they just for appearance, or is it functional?
They're in no way functional for us. Most stealth technology limits us in one way or another. I really don't see any downside from this film. The soft shell potentially could limit our ability to make, some azimuth adjustments, but they're really just to try to help with the visuals.
Other than appearance, why is the soft shell there?
The
Just
soft
for
shell was
appearance.
something we proposed to just try to propose
Right.
some
But if-
concealment.
If you took it off, you're 20 inches lower. I think you said, right, 54 instead of...
Well, the center line would still be 57 feet. I don't know how much of the soft shell is above and how much of it's below. I would say, roughly a foot on the top, foot on the bottom, we'd have to verify that.
So if it was lower without that and there's no functional impact, is there somewhere else on the roof you could locate it so it's either not visible or less visible than it appears in the pictures you showed?
Typically, whenever you locate antennas on a rooftop, you want to do one of two things. You either want to have the antennas at the edge of the roof, or if they're centrally located like we've done here, you want to have them up high enough so that when we run our RFEME, the exposure levels, we make sure that we're keeping the site safe from an occupational worker standpoint. So lowering it actually is counterintuitive to general worker safety view. The workers that would be on that roof servicing the work or servicing the roof or doing something of that nature. So we do calculate that into the height that those antennas are at. So they're up there for more than just the coverage reason that we talked about with the footprint.
And they're anchored to the roof somehow?
Ballast mounted, correct?
Yeah, right now we're proposing to ballast mount all our equipment, including, the antenna, the shroud structure, and the equipment located behind the elevator shaft.
And is there wind resistance spec that you meet?
Yeah, one of the great things about the shroud or the 3M concealment film, I would assume, would probably act from an engineer. We'd have to go and run the numbers from an engineering perspective. But the shroud is cylindrical, so the wind bounces off that. What you'll notice is throughout town, a lot of businesses put these large marquees up. And if you look behind them, they're often huge anchors bolting to the roof. But they're trying to show themselves or the sign that's in front of that marquee. They're trying to get some visibility. So that's the challenge, really, where we have for this site. If we were to build walls, we would be talking about, really making this what would be a macro site, not necessarily a small cell site. We would be taking a cylindrical shroud where the wind can bounce off, especially in this area along the hills of the Hudson. This design that we're proposing here tonight works very well from an engineering perspective, and it is the least. It doesn't have the visual impact that massing something much larger would, and we would have to do that if we had to build walls out. We would be talking about multiplying the size of this facility by a very large amount. I can't say the specific number, just not knowing the numbers of that, but.
We don't feel that walls are an appropriate solution for small cells.
Yeah.
And you have no concerns if we have another Hurricane Irene or Sandy blow through here that this tower would be impacted?
We're very confident this concealment shroud is engineered for like 200 miles per hour wind loads. So it's, and it's ballast mounted. We're not, penetrating into the building, and it's not creating stresses to any underlying building structure. So there's a lot of benefits to that.
So there are calculations that our A&E and structural folks run to calculate how much ballast is required for exactly what's mounted and how high it is and all that. So we would certainly meet all New York State code in that regard, and any county code that may, if there was a county code that superseded.
Okay, yeah, that was.
And I just wanted to add, I know we've been going around with comments, but I did add some comments to Eric's and town staff with respect to an addendum to the application addressing some of those specific concerns that have been raised. Facade mounting and some of those other maybe perceived options that might be able to happen in this particular location. Trying to address those as best as we can, as well as visual EAF addressing the concerns from several different areas that were raised, and that's part of the package that we handed out earlier. I can go through that more in detail if that's something that the board wishes to entertain.
We should look at it probably before our next meeting, right?
We'll look at it over offline.
But just one last thing, I think you said this is 4G only, and when 5G comes around, we got to do something different.
Well, there's a lot that's not known just yet. 5G is an evolving technology. We obviously have already launched some of the major metro markets, I think Houston, Indianapolis, and a few other locations. Unfortunately for me, I haven't had the chance to, get involved with that yet. But, we go through training. We know what's coming to some extent. But a lot of times with the new technology rollout, you'll see that technology develops as it's being rolled out. So my expectation would be that, it's certainly possible that the site we build today could have some benefit as a 5G site in the future. I can't say that for sure. We don't know those things yet. So I wouldn't discount it. But obviously there's a lot of information on the internet that talks about, the light poles for lamp posts, things like that. So there's a lot of things that we'll all sort of learn together in that regard, but that's still a developing topic.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I think you get the gist, our as Peter had read our town code, everything else that we've seen come in on buildings has always been kind of mounted at the parapet level, maybe color matched if it's on the outside of the building, that kind of thing. So this is the first we've seen something above, and that gives us pause to try to figure out if that's what we want to do. If 5 other companies come in with want to put a similar antenna on that roof, then suddenly it's a lot of smokestacks. So it'd be good to think about some alternatives, as you had mentioned. And, that's my 2 cents. So
I did have, one other comment, kind of an editorial thing. One of the, page 6 on one of these, you can look through it. It has something signed, I think it was by a notary, dated October of 2019.
We've addressed that, and I've sent an electronic copy to town staff. I also have the original copy today, signed by the owner. That was an error that unfortunately I didn't catch, so I apologize for that.
Typo. Right.
I move that the planning board determine that the Verizon Wireless Rondeck Road Micro Fox Run Apartments site plan application is incomplete for review, and that further action is deferred pending submittal of additional information subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, including but not limited to the following 1 through 2.
So here, second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to defer on this application. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thanks for now. We hope to see you in January with see an alternative as the film, for example, see what the visual looks like with that, and we can make a judgment at that time.
Sure. Thank you, everyone.
And feel free to talk to staff at any time about your concern,
sure.
if they're keeping the code in mind. Next up, we have all space storage facility expansion, public hearing for lot line revision, special use permit review, and site plan review for a proposed redesign of an internal site access on a parcel with existing self-storage facility and the development of 2 additional self-storage units on the adjacent vacant parcel, 100 to 120 Salt Point Turnpike, Lot 1, and 231 to 245 North Grand Avenue, Lot 2. Zoned IL Light Industry, RM Residence Multifamily, respectively. It's an unlisted action, Allspace LLC and Page Park Associates LLC owners, respectively. And staff recommends it be adjourned, so I move that the planning board adjourn the public hearing to January 17th, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next public hearing is Planet Wings and Pizza Ibera, 830 Main Street, site plan and special use permit hearing. Proposed remodel of a 2,050 square foot former bank to a new restaurant with a 975 square foot addition and an outdoor dining area, 830 Main Street, zoned ATC Arlington Town Center, District, 0.59 acres. It's a type 2 action, 830 Main Street LLC owner. Welcome back, guys.
Hi, how you doing?
So what have you changed and what's going on?
Good evening, Dennis Lynch with MA Day Engineering.
Danny Petruzzo.
Danny Petruzzo. As you had mentioned, this is the existing site is the bank location that's on the Main Street. What we're proposing to do is put an addition for the restaurant and Planet Wings. What has changed, I know there's some information that was requested at the last meeting. We have provided the hours of operation, which would be Sunday through Thursday, would be from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, it would be 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Also, at the last meeting, there was a question about the proposed seating. So we did reduce some of the outdoor seating. Right now, we have with the dining area for the Planet Wings would be 20 seats. The seating for the Pizza Ibera would be 36 seats, with 15 of those being bar seats for a total of 51 seats inside the restaurant. We are proposing, as part of the special use permit, exterior patio seating in this location here, which would be obviously seasonal, with an additional 24 seats. For that would be a total of 95 seats for the parcel. Previously, we were proposing some parallel parking here. At the request of the fire department, we did remove those to make access through here to maintain that 20-foot dimension through there. Also discussed at the last meeting was the required parking. Based upon the calculations, we would need 31 parking spaces for the proposed use. What we are proposing is 28 parking spaces. Based on this, they have an additional restaurant that approximately 80% of that from the hold on a second. Approximately 80% of the business done by Planet Wings is takeout, so we only need approximately 2 to 3 parking spaces, leaving the 26 remaining parking spaces used for the restaurant. Additionally, there is parking along along Main Street here. We feel this would be sufficient to meet the needs of the restaurant. Their other location, which is a slightly bigger location, has approximately 32 parking spaces. The building is also about 1,000 square feet larger, and it shares that with an additional commercial space, and that is sufficient for the property. Additionally, we did change the landscaping plan. We do have some shrubs and grasses along the front, which would be a little bit more tolerant from what we're proposing for. We are proposing, there is existing screening along here for the Popeyes. We are proposing to fill in the gap here and provide some street trees. This location here, I know at the request of the county about putting street trees in that location. We're keeping these lower shrubs because this is where all the utilities come in, the water, sewer, gas, and we want to make sure that there's no deep roots in that location. Also, we are proposing a sign, a freestanding sign in this location here. We provided detail for that, which would basically be a 7-foot sign with the Planet Wings and PCE Bureau on that. That's the change for the site plan.
All right, thank you. Is this you or Eric?
You want to do public hearing?
Oh, right. Still a public hearing. You do that first. I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there anyone in the audience wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now Eric.
Let's see. I think there's been a lot of improvements to the plan. They're better coordinated than they were before. There's still some outstanding items, but I think the main considerations for the board are some items that are within your discretion. One has to do, there's been a dramatic reduction in the number of seats shown for the outdoor patio. Staff doesn't have any particular concern with the number of seats, except as far as what the special use permit approval ends up being approved for. We have had problems elsewhere with seating being identified as one thing and then later complaints at a larger number. So we're suggesting that you talk about it with the applicant and agree upon a size of the outdoor patio area, the number of seats to be shown there so that it can be properly reflected in the approval. And that's bolded in our recommendation. The other item had to do with some concern. The special use permit does address noise and lighting. The lighting, we're comfortable, is reasonably well addressed. There are some technical questions to be addressed in the photometrics. The board is in a position of being able to consider if the noise and buffering are sufficient for the area. It is the ATC district with a mix of uses, residential use encouraged on the second floor. That's there for your review. Again, you may want to discuss it and agree that, for the record, that it is sufficient, or to talk with the applicant about alternatives. Thirdly, the exiting movement, the circulation change has been identified by several different agencies. Those issues seem to be mostly resolved. There was a sightline issue analysis requested by DOT. They're showing it on Main Street. The sightline, to meet the requirements, would require eliminating street parking most of the way to Raymond Avenue. Staff thought the board would agree that is not reasonable nor consistent with other uses that presently exist on Main Street. They're proposing to eliminate the space nearest the exit, which would open up views of the immediately approaching traffic. Again, you should discuss that with the applicant, and if you agree that that's sufficient, indicate it as such. Otherwise, if it's not sufficient, then talk about alternatives. Lastly, the parking, they've correctly identified the parking requirements. Their proposal, they've identified the reasons for why they're proposing less than the required. Again, that's within the planning board's discretion to grant. The ATC district is intended for a lot of walk-in traffic. And this proposal does go in that direction, and that's for you to agree with or address with the applicant. Those are the main points. And then there's a number of technical issues to address.
All right, thanks, Eric. The engineering, Don?
I think our only major question is the entering from Haight Avenue. The way that the curb cut is currently constructed, we're not really sure that a vehicle's going to be able to make it. And I know you don't want to move the curb cut because you don't want to have to deal with the DOT, but I'd like to see some sort of maybe a pickup truck or something that could you show that could make that turn.
We can revise the traffic circulation to show that, demonstrate that. That's no problem.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Let's go around the board, start with Bob today.
So, I think it's Middletown where you have the other business, similar to the other one they sent pictures of.
Yes,
right.
it's on Route 211.
And that's a little bit bigger. Is the parking, the relationship of the two sizes and the parking that you've allocated in handicap, is that consistent with the percentage difference in the sizes of those areas and the expected customer flow?
That building is approximately 1,000 square feet, roughly 1,000 square feet, and they have 34 parking spaces, but they don't also have parking spaces along 211, and that's also shared with a commercial use next to it. So basically, I think this is right around that same amount that they would need.
So they don't have on-street parking?
Not in the Middletown.
Right, okay.
They don't. And that,
You're
what they have
factoring
there
that
is sufficient for what their needs are, so we feel that this should be sufficient.
That location in Middletown too is not really a pedestrian
No, it's
area,
not.
right? It's a commercial area, right? So it's considerably different than Arlington.
Yeah, okay. And the handicap spots are sufficient?
Yes.
Compared to the other places?
Yes, we're providing 2 handicap parking spaces, which is required by ADA.
Okay.
All right, Rocco?
On this diagram here dated November 16th, is this the latest one?
I believe so, yes. The one that was submitted, yes.
Okay, the one that was attached, okay. A couple of things with the seating, I was just curious because I can't seem to make things add up here. On the patio, you show 22 seats. Where are the other 2 seats?
There's 24 seats.
Well, I count 22. Now, maybe my math is wrong, but.
Yeah, same here.
I count 22.
There's an inconsistency between the site plan and architectural.
Oh, does the site plan have an extra seat there?
Yeah, there's
No?
There's 5 4 seats and 1.
I'm seeing
2
22
seat.
on the site plan also.
Unless it's on the other side of that, the second entrance. But I don't know, would you have enough room there to do that?
We can revise it to be consistent with the site plan.
Are you going to revise it to 22 or 24?
Right, what are we doing?
24. We would add the table and it'd probably go in the corner between the garage doors, because we'd like to keep the garage doors open.
In a corner at the end there on the south side? Isn't that kind of narrow there?
You were talking about here.
Right, that would be the south side, wouldn't it?
Or, well, it's the east side, really.
East side?
Northeast side.
Northeast, okay, yeah, I got my thing. Okay, well, all right, on the inside, on the bar, you show 13 seats instead of 15. I know the others add up but to 36 because that seems to work out. So you're gonna fit an additional 2 seats on the bar?
We'll make sure that the site plan and the architecturals match up.
Getting back here to the patio, you said you want to put down shrubs. Are those going to be in containers?
No, there's a landscaping buffer. There's a 5-foot buffer between the existing sidewalk
Right,
and
but will
where.
you put those in containers? Or
No, that would be planted in the ground.
Okay, is there enough, I'm not sure how to put this here. Buffer's not the right word here. Restraint in case of cars coming over the curb, crashing in there? You have
There's
enough,
also, we
protection
have
there?
an aluminum fence that's going along a patio, so that should provide protection from the, any cars. And there's a curb and there's going to be
Well,
decorative.
curb, right, but I'm thinking maybe containers that are movable, I mean.
We are proposing also some rocks that are in there, like some big boulders, that would also provide some protection throughout there.
Dennis, maybe you could, because I know, I think the Arlington Fire Department had asked the same question in the last review. Maybe you could specify the size, I don't know how you do that, but maybe specify some minimum size.
Okay, that's not a problem.
That way, the Arlington Fire Department can look at that and agree that that's sufficient.
I know there was a comment from Arlington Fire Department on the previous one. We had submitted the plan showing they asked for the details of the handrail that's going on out there. And the last comment letter we have back said that it was sufficient. They didn't bring that comment up again.
Are you okay with that, Eric? Okay, so you think that there's enough protection there, because I have seen the containers, the concrete containers that would provide definitely, and it would make it look kind of nice there. And stuff.
I wouldn't want to put myself behind an aluminum picket for an oncoming vehicle, but boulders make me feel a little more.
All right, well, if there's going to be boulders, okay. But those are my comments regarding the seating and the patio here in the front, because it does look like a nice plan. You're just trying to get the safety aspects of it and all that.
All right, Nicole?
So the sign, you're only proposing the one sign then? You're not going to have any wall signs or anything?
There will be signs on the building themselves, which we have on the architectural renderings, which we can go over shortly. So those we'll be submitting a sign package that will be reviewed, and everything will be as per code.
Okay. You might need variances for those, right?
Right now, I think we're showing 4 signs. I believe we're allowed 2. So we would be removing those 2, and if we need to get variances, we'll get variances in the future.
Okay. And the lighting aspect for outside, we were talking about this on Tuesday. There's some residential right there next to what will be Pizza Birra and Planet Wings, some apartment buildings. And there's people living there and stuff like that. So I think the outside lighting, you're going to have to shield it just so that they don't get any light into their apartment buildings and stuff like that. I'm sure you guys will, but I just want to make that comment just so you can kind of keep that in mind.
Right now, there is the existing site lighting that's along the basically the perimeter of the site. We're not proposing any additional site lighting. The lighting that we are proposing would be basically can lights underneath the canopy, and there's also directional lights for the lighting up the signs. If there's any glare that's going now, though, the existing lighting is adjustable, so we can, if there's any complaints, we can make that.
Shielding.
But basically, all the lighting that we're proposing now is limited to the building. It's all down or towards the building, so anything that we're proposing shouldn't affect that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Also, just I know there was a comment about the noise for the residential. Basically, the bar location would be on the west side, or I'm sorry, the east side of the building. The residential is located on the west side. Basically, I mean, it's a restaurant. It's not really if we provided the pictures of the existing one that's in Middletown. As you can see, it's a more of an upscale type restaurant. It's not going to be a rowdy group. The hours are only until 11:30 on Saturday and Sunday, or I'm sorry, Friday and Saturday. So we feel that there's not going to really be any impact. They do have the garage doors again, which are facing out towards the way that is away from the residential
apartments, right.
And again, we're not going to have loud music. It's not going to be the outdoor. There's no amplified music, live music. It's really a lower key restaurant.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Peter?
Sometimes, representations on a plan don't necessarily reflect what's actually there. So I'm going to ask you the question. You have dining 36 seats on the interior of the restaurant, and there are only 18 seats represented on your plan, as I count them.
There's a packet that was submitted as part of the architecturals. I think the discrepancy between two spaces and the spaces on the inside, there's actually, on the patio, there's two ADA.
On the interior.
There's spaces that are provided for ADA, which wouldn't be a seat, it would just be basically a table. So I think that's where the discrepancies. There are two provided outside. On the interior for the Pizza Ibera, there's 3, and there's 1 that would be on the Planet Wing. So I think that's where the discrepancy. So those aren't graphically shown because it would be an ADA seat. Okay. So that if you do go through, there's a breakdown on the second page that was submitted, and it tells you what the actual seating is, and then the ADA requirements for the actual seats. So I think that's where the discrepancy is coming through.
On the drawing that I have, it says dining 36 seats, and in that section of the building, there are only 18 seats represented. And it does not appear that there would be enough space there to squeeze another 18. I just want to make sure that. Do you want me to show you?
This is like a booth here.
The first row over here is a banquet booth, so those represent 2 seats. So it goes, that's a banquet, so it's a bench which goes into the seat. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 people can sit across that banquet. Okay, sorry, yeah. And then the circle booth, what do I think, that's 6 people or 4 or 6, on
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I had to double count it myself, so.
Oh, that's over the, yep.
And you commented earlier about there will be music, but it will not be amplified. It will just be like a background.
Your regular speakers, just a couple ceiling speakers like this, nothing
we had it
crazy, no woofers, no stuff like that. Just regular. It would just be your regular basic ceiling speakers throughout the restaurant. Nothing to really go outside or amplified to subwoofers or crazy bass and whatnot. It's more of an elegant sit down, like you'd find at any nice restaurant.
We just want to address, we had a concern expressed by the neighbor on the directly west of this property. There is a commercial building, then there are apartments in the building to the west of that building. And we just want to be sure that, there's no impact on his tenants from noise, especially at night.
Yeah, I don't believe it's going to impact anybody. It's not like we're cranking it up. It's just more for atmosphere music. The buzz of people is probably going to be, quiet, and, it's not a bar where we're going to be trying to attract that craziness. Those days are over. We're just trying to make a nice family restaurant.
Sounds good. All right, my 2 cents. It sounds like you've addressed most of those issues that I've had.
Just one thing. It was my understanding that the owner has agreed to give his private phone number to anyone has a problem.
Sure.
Do you have any plans for a sign on the arterial entrance also?
No. There would be probably a directional sign, which are allowed by code.
Yeah,
so it would just be
because it's a one-way in.
Yes. It would probably be similar to the Popeye signs that are next door, entrance. So that would be the only thing. That would be.
The only other thing I'd suggest, since we have the minimal parking here, and you had to eliminate some with the fire code, that you also include a bike rack, possibly.
That's not a problem.
In Main Street there, in the corner, maybe near the sign. I don't know, wherever you want to put it, but I think the county plan recommends an inverted U, but whatever you think you want to fit there.
Yeah. Well, we can provide something there. That's not a problem.
And hopefully we'll have a lot of pedestrian bike traffic come through because of the.
That'll be nice. Yeah.
as well on Main Street. All right.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for the Planet Wings and Pizza Ibera 830 Main Street site plan application, and I move that the planning board grant conditional special use permit approval for the Planet Wings and Pizza Ibera 830 Main Street outdoor restaurant dining area, subject to the following. Respond to comments to the planning board and those received by town department and agencies, including but not limited to the following. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, 1 through 11.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to grant conditional. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And work, oh, yep, if you have architectural to present, move forward with that. Just keep in mind, working through the conditions with the department there, try to finalize the actual number of outdoor seats and indoor seats and get everything clarified there for as Eric said, the special use permit.
This would be the north elevation. This is the one that faces Main Street. Basically, on the right here, you'd have your Planet Wings, and then the entrance to or the front of Pizza Ibera. Basically, here you'd have a storefront. It's a corrugated metal that's going through here. We'd have a metal canopy that's going along here. These entrances would be painted, have a red color to it. This is one of the garage doors that would be, again, facing Main Street. We have an ephes material going around here in this beige color. This would be the elevation that's to the west. This is the existing building would be painted. It's brick. They'll be painted white here. This is where we have the addition in the rear, which would be a granite kind of granite finish ephes, and then on top we'd have a limestone, just kind of two different textures. We'd have these metal bands, black bands going across, just to break up those different kind of elements. Additionally, this would be the one that's facing basically the Popeyes. You'd have your main entrance here. Again, you'd have a painted white brick here, and then this would be the addition, like the other side, would still be the limestone and granite textures with the bands going through. We're proposing these awnings over the windows and a canopy that's here. And this is where not really much going on there.
Anyone have?
I actually have a comment. So I know sometimes when you print the quality for what the color actually is, do you have any material samples with you for the ephes in particular? Because to me that looks more like a mustard yellow, and is that supposed to be more of a beige color?
It's more of a beige color. I can, we couldn't get any samples from the ephes manufacturers, but we can see if we can get something to be on file with the.
Just thought I'd ask. I definitely respect the accent wall. Everything is kind of, stone wash or whatever these days. But I don't know if anyone had a concern about that.
This definitely would be a more beige color than it came out here. Wouldn't be that bright.
It's a good point. Yeah, the printings never match the actual.
Yeah, it'd be nice to actually see it, but.
Make the samples consistent with the rendering subject to staff review.
That sounds good. Yep. And anyone else have any comments?
I've got one comment. On your canopy there on the north side, just under the Planet Wings, I assume that's fixed. Can that extend out to cover the patio, or there's no plans for that?
You're talking about this canopy
Yes.
here? It only sticks out about, I think, 4 feet.
Okay, so there's no plans to have it?
No, it would be, it's a fixed, all canopies are going to be fixed. Basically just be for housing lighting, the lights that go in there. That's what we were talking about before, having the can lights that are in there to light up the patio.
What type of this, you mentioned this, we like to see the HVAC hidden, but I'm not sure what kind of this rooftop screen you're talking about.
It'd be a panel, like a metal panel that goes around. We can provide samples of that if you want to.
And colored, just similar tones but lighter?
Yes. It'd be similar to the EVIS finishes
To
that
the
are here.
EVIS finish, okay.
Yes.
What's the purview?
Would it be possible, since that's a west-facing facade, where you have the white paint, if to mute that white a little bit, because the sun is going to be reflecting, since there are residences adjacent?
We can make, it would be like a whitewash.
Mute it.
That's
Just
fine.
if you can mute it somehow.
Yes.
Otherwise, this is a great readaptive use for that building. And you really have done a terrific job.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion? Or I'll move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Materials to be provided with the, to the department. Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thanks
Good to
again.
go, and appreciate you making use of, an adaptive reuse of an existing building. It's going to make the area a lot nicer.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think I want to do a quick 5-minute break here. You guys get set up.
Yep.
All right, back online. Let's get started again. At this time, I move that we allow public comment on any other items on tonight's agenda, and we ask that you limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes, and the planning board will consider any comments made during this portion of the meeting, but will not respond to them during the meeting. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to comment on any other items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, I move we resume the meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. All right, Verizon Store additional retail expansion. Architectural review for a proposal to add 1,500 square foot retail building addition to a previously approved site plan for conversion of an existing 2,985 square foot fast food restaurant to a retail Verizon store. 661 Dutchess Turnpike, Zone BSC, Business Shopping Center District, 0.68 acres, unlisted action, Planet Wings of Poughkeepsie owner. Welcome.
Thank you.
Another architecture.
What we have here is the existing Verizon building that is currently occupying the site. What we're proposing is to add this addition. Basically, there was a lot of the architectural design that we pulled through to keep the buildings similar enough where they match, but different enough where they actually look like two different buildings and two different operations. Some of those details that we pulled through, you can see we matched the trim that's going around the top of the Verizon building. We pulled that through the building. We also matched the existing awnings that are going to be there. We did provide the ephuses are going to be the same finishes, but this is going to obviously be a couple tones lighter, and we're providing a stone veneer across the bottom of the stone, which this is the side that's facing Burnett Boulevard, and this is the one that's facing actually the parking lot and the Casper Kill Creek.
Okay. And again, shielding of HVAC is a concern.
Yeah, this is actually
there's
a parapet,
Yeah.
so everything is behind that wall. It's like a 4-foot parapet.
Similar to the Verizon building that's there now. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So the gray on the bottom of the Verizon, is that matching anything, or is it just a lighter?
It's what we're proposing is I think it's like 2 shades lighter than the bottom part of the gray.
Tone, but
yes, same tone, just a little lighter color. The textures are going to be the same. Right now, there's the ephus that's going around there, which I believe is the granite finish on the ephus, which is the type of finish that's actually on there. We'll be matching that, would just be a different color, and then we have the cultured stone around the bottom.
Again, do you have any materials?
We can provide the materials to the planning board or to staff for their review.
All right. Just for the future, we like to see materials at the meeting
yeah, no.
also. Anyone have any comments on this architecture?
Nope.
Move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay? Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks again.
Locust Grove Crossing LLC. Discussion with the planning board regarding a concept plan proposing 4 8-unit apartment buildings. Each building is 2 stories with 2 garages, 2736 to 2738 South Road, zoned RM, residential multifamily district, 2.46 acres, Tara McGuire and Patrick Joyce owners. Welcome, Chris. You've been patient in the back there.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Christopher Lapine with the Jays and Companies.
And I'm Jimmy Neshwa. I'm one of the owners of the LLC.
Locust Grove Crossings is currently under contract for the Joyce McGuire property. It's a 2.5 acre property located to the south of the Holiday Inn Express, to the west of the Greenbrier condominiums
and to the north of Field Court Lane, where you have a number of single-family homes along that stretch. The proposal here this evening, the particular properties in a multifamily zone, and the RM district allows up to 6 units per acre. The uniqueness of this particular property is that it's surrounded by other multifamily developments, such as Spring Manor Apartments and Greenbrier, which exceed that number that's stated within the current zoning code. And the proposal is to incorporate 2-story units consisting of 4 buildings on the site and 32 apartments, which would be a mix of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. Kind of a bit of a unique brand, upscale brand, but on a small community type. There'll be a number of amenities with Mr. Nejwat will describe to you. The access for the property would be through a currently deeded access from the Greenbriers condominium complex, right off of Route 9. It'd be solely right in, right out only. And the part of the proposal, currently, we understand that there is a concern about sidewalk access along that existing drive that leads to the Greenbrier condominiums in the rear, and part of this proposal would be to include an access way for them to Route 9 to connect to the existing walkways. So I'm going to let Mr. Nejwat talk a little bit about the architecture and the amenities associated with the facilities.
Yes, so what we're proposing is a building that's approximately 5,200 square feet of a footprint. The total building will be right around 10,500 feet in total. There's going to be 4 buildings. Some of the units are going to have their own garages. I think approximately 8 of the units will have their own garage. The first floor units are going to be around 9 feet in ceiling height, and the upper units are also 9 feet with coffered ceilings. They're going to have fireplaces. They're going to have the building itself is going to be done in culture stone and ephes with FIPON and AZAC trim. So it's going to be very, very close to a residential feel and match the surrounding buildings. The outside amenities, we're looking to put a possible dog run. In the interior of the building, 2 of the buildings, we're looking to put private gyms for the units. And so this is something that's going to be pretty much not found in our community as we speak. A lot of the units that are available in the market tend to be dated and not really fitting for the next generation millennials and people that are looking to downsize.
Can you say how many bedrooms are in there?
2 to 3 bedrooms in
2 to
each
3
unit.
bedroom units. Okay.
Yeah.
The site was laid out so that along the southern side, where the residents are along Field Court Lane, it is to preserve the tree line that is on each side of both the wooded and chain link fences that separate the 2 properties. We've also provided the opportunity for increased buffering and landscaping as it relates to the Greenbrier condominium complex. Right now, they are kind of facing a dilapidated 2-story building that's been vandalized, along with the house as well has been vandalized. So with this opportunity here to create kind of a more vegetated buffer, that's why the dwellings are situated as they are. They're kind of like condensed centrally within the property, and it really lends itself from the drainage perspective, where this gives us a nice opportunity for managing the runoff both through infiltration and bioretention. So,
I mean, it definitely is a big improvement to what they're going to be looking at the moment. Putting that buffer there, but setting the buildings back from the property line versus the garages that they're falling apart there now.
yeah, and as I indicated before, the density in this area under the multifamily allows up to 6 units per acre. The proposal here is for 14 units per acre. And in this particular area of the town of Poughkeepsie, we don't necessarily think it's out of line with the character. Some of our initial estimates we've done, Spring Manor Apartments are 15 units per acre. Greenbrier is 16 units per acre, and Beechwood South condos are approximately 18 units per acre. So at 14, we think we kind of fall in line with what's existing. We realize, and we've met with the town on this, that this would require an area variance from the zoning board. But what our intentions are this evening before the applicant goes forward is to kind of solicit some input in comments from the planning board to help give them an idea of whether or not a project like this may be feasible in their eyes, or if there's some obstacles or challenges that we should be made aware of early on.
I mean, the other units you talk about probably predate the existing zoning code.
Correct.
But, so you would require that variance.
You would be short parking, wouldn't you be?
For parking on the site, we have 2 spaces per unit, and we have a total of 64 spaces.
Okay.
I counted 56.
We've also incorporated the parking in the garages as well.
How many parking spaces do you have in each garage?
We would have two spaces per building.
Okay, because I counted them, and then I counted what you had on your map, and I came up with 56.
Yeah, we have a total of 64. In total, we have 8 at the units, and then we have 2 in front of each of the garages. Well,
okay, so there's a space in front of the garage.
Correct.
To the garage.
So that unit will have, that unit will have 2.
That unit would then have
parking
2 spaces dedicated to it.
So that's the
Okay.
extra 8.
I understand what you're
That's the
saying.
extra 8 you're missing there, yeah.
Okay.
They just have to shuffle cars.
Yeah, get out.
Well, it's a discussion, anybody can chime in.
Yeah, I've got a couple of
comment.
things here. You did mention the mature trees along the south property line. I also noticed that there were mature trees on the west and on the north. Is the intent to maintain those? The west would be along Route 9, and the north would be going up the Greenbrier.
As it relates to the western side of Route 9, we think that area in particular that vegetation is going to have to be removed and replaced, and particularly because the elevation difference there. There's about a 4-foot elevation difference between Route 9 and the site, and that in order to promote drainage and to tie into the existing drainage infrastructure out there, the site itself needs to be raised by about 4 feet.
Okay, because it looks like that there's a lot of mature trees there from what I could see.
Yeah, they are, but there's a lot of them that are in bad shape. I mean, Mike spoke about that previous meeting, that we have to look at the trees because they were in awful shape.
We think the best ones
Yeah, because I see a lot of nice trees, at least from what I could see.
And we've tried to maintain those once again along the southern end, and there are some that are incorporated on the eastern end that we should be able to maintain as well.
Well, the eastern, you only covered maybe
it's more of the southeastern corner, correct?
Yeah, because it's where the garage is.
The garage, which it's kind of centrally located over here, so the intent would be to try to preserve some of the trees that are in this area here.
But I know, especially on the south side, it seems like a lot of trees. Will some of those have to come down?
We're trying to maintain a majority of those trees. The trees in particular, they're situated between both the existing parcels, the residents to the south,
yes,
and
I
ours.
saw
So
that.
we've maintained in this particular area off that fence line about 25 feet of where we're not attempting to disturb what's existing out
I
there.
assume there's some trees on the neighbors' parcels as well, potentially, as part of that tree line.
Correct. That's in between the chain link and the wooden fences you see there. It's kind of a very heavily treed area there.
I mean, that's going to be a key thing, is those are single-family homes there. And
Right.
going to
Correct.
not have light spillage and noise and et cetera, so the tree buffer is good to maintain there.
There's also fencing. I noticed some encroaching on yours, some that is on the residential. What is the plans for the fencing? Because some of it looks not so pretty.
I think if this proposal itself would to go forward, there would have to be some sort of a community meeting with the neighbors to discuss replacing the fencing that's out there. There's some that's chain link, some that's wooden.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
It's a mismatch of.
It's a mismatch.
And if we can create some consistency and also something with a little bit more integrity than what's out there right now, some of it's in a dilapidated state as well.
That'd be great.
Traffic flow, you plan, I noticed that you can go through the Greenbrier and then go out on whatever that road is there, Cathy Road or something out there in the back.
Their
People
point of
go via Route 9 or?
There's no other way out, I don't think.
Their point of access is, their point of access,
Oh, they
which
do have that, yeah.
they have a right to, is only access to Route 9. They don't
Okay.
have an access easement through the rear of their property,
Who's
which I
gonna stop
think
them?
goes to, I'm sorry?
Who's gonna stop the cars? Because I know that there's an exit back there.
Through
If you go- if you
Priscilla
go-
Lane?
If you go all the way around.
Right.
To Priscilla
If you go all the
Lane,
way
that goes
around
up to
by-
Sharon?
Right.
Or around to
Yes.
Sharon Drive. I'm not sure how that would be managed, to be honest with you. What we do know is, through their attorney's research, they do have deeded rights to Route 9.
Right, I see that, okay. And your plot layout here, snow storage? I mean, it's kind of a tight spot as is. You're gonna move it, you can't even move it across the Greenbrier thing, can you?
In terms of snow storage, we have ample opportunities here. Outside of this paved area here, we have snow storage to the south. We also have the ability of placing snow within this landscaped island here. So there's plenty of area for snow storage within this site, because this particular area would be a depressed landscape area for bioretention, so it would lend itself to snow storage.
All right, I'd have to take.
Chris, you don't have any parking for visitors?
No, we based it on the code. I believe it's 1.5 spaces per unit.
And
So you're in excess of that.
It's
You're supplying two.
It's two if it's more than one bedroom.
Right.
Like if it's 2 or 3 bedroom, it's 2 spaces.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
But you do exceed, don't you still exceed what's required for minimum?
Well, yeah, they said that they have 64.
We have
so then
64
that would
spaces.
be fine. You would be there as far as that was concerned.
I mean,
Would they,
Oh, it's definitely on my list, so.
Yeah.
they'd be separately designated as a guest or catch as catch can?
We haven't gotten into that level of detail, but we can.
Okay. And you said that the configuration would be 2 to 3 bedrooms, market rate, I assume?
Yes.
And the target population, you mentioned the millennials or downsizers?
It'd be
or-
a combination of both.
Okay.
Is,
All right, then.
for the access driveway, I guess that was, parcel access shows up as no ownership even, so, because the condos are individually owned, so that's just kind of a generic thing, is that all those easements and everything will be worked out for access to this parcel?
Yeah, they currently have rights to this, this access drive.
Yeah, remember.
They don't have rights to drive through the condo association to Sharon Drive through Priscilla.
Yeah, I mean, I remember just coming in there and parking there when I went to the doctor there at, there's Dr. Hans Broscheid, lived in a house. And,
The one.
Right beside
Okay.
and
adjoining parcel.
he did flight physicals there, back through the 80s and probably into the 90s, but it's been kind of abandoned since, I think. The architecture looks great, I think. You have the.
What I forgot to say was that we designed these to be all corner units and with balconies and patios for each unit. So
Okay.
that gives a lot of light coming into each unit. And we don't have any units where they're, sandwiched in between other use.
Yep, so it's basically 4 per floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one other question. What is the proposed height on that? What's it gonna be approximately? Looks like you're.
I want to say maybe the peak would be at 32. It's almost comparable to a residential home. You got 9 foot on the first floor, 9 foot on the second floor, and then the rest will be roof. So the roof typically is maybe another 12 feet.
It'll probably be a little higher than the existing houses.
It's 37 feet.
Smaller houses there.
37 feet is the code?
Oh, the code.
30. This is gonna be 37?
Yeah, I think the code is 35.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so around,
So
let's
they're
say
good, okay. So because it looked a little taller than,
I
because
think
it seemed a little
the way
tall.
the angle of actually, when you look at the.
I like the way it looks, but
Yeah,
it just looks.
it showed up a lot taller on the 3D rendering, but on the flat 2D rendering, you'll see the roof is a lot lower.
You said each of these units is a fireplace?
I believe I want to say that at least the top 4 units have fireplaces and coffered ceilings
Of each building?
in each building, yes.
So then the chimney is going to go
No,
above
these are more like decorative type
Oh.
fireplaces where like either electric heat, we haven't really decided what
They're
type
not
of
real
fireplace, but not actual chimney. So it's either gonna be like a vent-free or even an electric type fireplace.
But to that end, thinking about utilities and storage around the building, it doesn't look like you'll be putting them on the roof, but just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, the HVACs and
Yeah,
screening around them as well for.
yeah, we'll show the HVACs on the site plan and the screening around them.
What about trash? Did I see that?
There's there's 2 areas shown.
Oh, okay, now I see it.
Right here and here, right, yeah.
Anyone else have any comments? Overall, I think it's a good.
Any discussions with the zoning department, the zoning administrator? I mean, you're doubling the density here. Have you had any discussions?
Yeah,
with-
we've talked actually with Lizette about that, and obviously this needs to go to the ZBA. That's a critical question.
Sure.
But, I guess at this point, we wanted to just get some feedback. I mean, do you feel like the density kind of, makes sense in this location?
At first look, it's really difficult to tell. The buildings are beautiful. You've done a great job. But, we have to look at setbacks and.
Oh, yeah, no, those things we've looked at, and those aren't going to be a big problem here, but the density is going to be the main one. Yeah, that's going to be the main issue.
And visiting and parking for visitors.
Parking for visitors.
And also I think the visual component. So it's one thing to say that you're going to try to preserve as much of that tree line on the south side, but I do think that is going to be very critical. And I know that that's going to get asked about over and over. And at the time of a public hearing, you're likely to get folks to come out. So anything you can do to preserve that buffer will be to your benefit.
Yeah, I think one of the next steps I spoke to the client about was, depending on how this meeting and some discussions with the zoning board, we'd get into a little bit more of a detailed survey in terms of all the individual trees on the southern side of the site that we plan on maintaining if we were to make a formal submittal for this.
Okay.
Sure. And I would also recommend, perhaps before even another full submittal would come before the board, meeting with town staff again.
Okay.
And that's something I'd be happy to organize between planning, building, zoning, engineering, also the fire department, especially with access and circulation around the site.
Are we thinking unlisted, uncoordinated reviews so that the zoning board can proceed with its variances prior to this board making a seeker determination? Because otherwise, we have to wait for this board to make a seeker determination before the ZBA can act.
Probably a good idea.
That makes a lot of sense. It would save you a lot of time.
Yeah,
and
definitely will help because
money.
we're contingent on this moving ahead so we can purchase the property.
One other thing, your units are averaging over 1,300 square feet. Unless you think that that's absolutely necessary for you to lock in your market, if you could scale them down a little bit, you could scale down the size of the buildings a little bit.
I think we averaged them, they're around 1,250. There's stairwells that take up a lot of that square
The
footage.
gross square footage per unit would
Yeah.
be about 1,300, including
Yeah.
the stairways. And
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can definitely look at that.
wouldn't hurt, I mean.
Yeah.
Just as someone who's lived in a couple of different apartment complexes now, I'm curious about any storage or additional storage for residents.
If you look at the units that have the garages, and there's 8 of them. So on the opposite side of the units, we do have potential space where there were supposed to be garages that we removed that can eventually become storage units for the units.
Okay,
So
but just
looking at
nothing proposed otherwise on the site?
like additional
Okay.
buildings or
Yeah.
anything like that, no. They will be
Okay.
contained within
No
the same
sheds.
buildings.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
No sheds. So, okay, that could be, so it's just a mirror image kind of thing, but instead of the garage, so you don't have the.
Yeah, it'll be
vehicle
like
access, you'd have
either
some-
access to a gym or self-storage units or
That's,
something like
okay,
that.
that's where you're thinking some of the
Yeah.
amenity or.
Yep.
Have you given, are you thinking about any on-site recreational amenities, or is that all off-site?
We're thinking of maybe doing a little barbecue area, maybe a dog run we're trying to make this pet friendly. Maybe even some of the storage area, we might do like a dog wash or something in the space.
Would, residents from one building be able to go use a?
Yeah, there'll be
amenity in one of the other
there'll be a
buildings, for
direct door
example,
from the exterior.
Okay.
So basically, instead of having the garage door, it'll be just a regular access door to go right into the unit.
Okay.
That would be shared, it'll be shared with maybe electronic code that you just press in and be able to access the unit.
So I just want to recap a couple of things I heard. Definitely clearly identifying parking, the number of parking spaces, both including garage and what's kind of accessible to visitors and all at this time. Very clearly labeling a detailed landscaping plan and also a lighting plan, just due to the nature of where it's located.
The landscaping also to the east there where the condos are, we don't want light spillage and noise into them as well. as
Yeah,
the houses.
we've, within that area, we've tried to maintain a ample green space. We fluctuate between 50 to 70 feet there, so I think that provides us the opportunity for both the screening and mitigating any potential impacts from lighting, which would all
Just
be.
current landscaping there is a little sparse on that east side.
Correct.
So you'd have to do.
And as I stated
additional-
earlier, part of our intent is to try to maintain some of the, there is some significant growth in the southeast corner that we would look to maintain.
Yep, okay, great.
There's no action.
Anybody have any opposition to the plan? I think it's a good use of reuse of a property. The other, as long as you get approval from the ZBA for the variances.
Alrighty, well, thank you for your time this evening, and happy holidays to everybody.
Happy holidays.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Bye, Lisa.
Bye, Lisa. Merry Christmas.
It's only 3.5 hours.
I did notice, Chris, that driveway going into the apartments is like all tree, it's like some kind of bush all the way on one side of it, on the north side of the driveway.
I did better.
Yeah, there's a consistent row of bushes all the way along the north side. I don't know if there's some way to replicate that or something similar. Or widened by the, okay, so it's kind of, yeah, it gets narrow in spots, so, okay.
Yeah. Well, this is not
Work through those details. Thanks.
I believe this one's yours.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can have this back.
Hello.
Hold on a sec. All right, Hudson Heritage, discussion of conformance and secret findings for a proposed modified development master plan for a total of 750 residential units, 350,000 square foot new commercial space, and adaptive reuse of the administrative building main wing of 80,000 square feet and 5 other structures. Site plan review for Phase 1 development consisting of plus minus 125 multifamily residential units in 4 buildings with 297 parking spaces, a total of 193,300 square foot commercial space, and 15 buildings with 1,276 parking spaces, related streets and utility infrastructure, and preliminary major subdivision review for a total of 12 lots on the site and roads to be dedicated to the town. 3532 North Road, US Route 9, zoned HRDD, Historic Revitalization Development District, 156.19 acres. It's a type 1 action, EFG DRA Heritage LLC owners. Welcome again.
Well, thank you. I'm Marty Berger with Sabre Real Estate Advisors on behalf of the applicant. With me tonight is Kyle from Chazen, along with Stuart from Chazen, and Phil Greeley from Mazer in regard to traffic. Phil and Stuart are here to answer any specific questions that might occur. Kyle is here to address a couple of fine points. I'm here to give you a general update and introduce Kyle. I think our professional team has met over the past, since we've met last, and have dotted the I and crossed the T on their respective questions to make sure that everybody, each of the professionals are on the same page. I think that they are. I believe we're ready to request this evening to perhaps move on with the opening of a public hearing and a site plan review. But before we do that, I'd like to just take a minute or two and give you an update on where we are as a development firm on this project. And Kyle would address some specific items, and we can go from there. So since the last time we've met, we've accepted our commitment letter from M&T Bank for financing on the development. They're ready to, they've committed to close in 45 days from the date of the commitment letter, which was about a week or so ago, and we're moving along on that front. Our equity is in place to proceed and meet the development budget of the all of the work that we're discussing with you. Phil Greeley has moved forward with DOT on the off-site improvements and is pursuing comments and getting ready to do that. We have released the pre-asbestos and demolition work, so that's underway. We've had some good conversations, as you know, with the Historic Association. And we actually have engaged the architect to work on plans for the refurbishment and revitalization of the administrative building into various items. And I've gotten some very attractive drawings from him that look very viable, and we're starting to have discussions with users. So we this week have met with 2 hotel corporations, and I'm meeting one again tomorrow, and have a meeting on Tuesday. So that's moving along quite well. And this afternoon we had a tour with a 55 and older development firm that would take a chunk of the uses. And as we discussed, our company is ready to put a shovel in the ground on the first 135 residential units along the Ring Road. And we have probably 80,000, 90,000 square feet of commercial spaces leased and a couple of other letters of intents out. So I think we're, as I say, about as pregnant as one could be, ready to go. And we're looking forward to proceeding. So unless you have any specific questions for me. As you'll hear from Kyle, we did implement the site security. We have live cameras now that we finally have FiOS on the site. So the cameras have been installed on the south, and they're working their way up to the north. So for about a week now, we've had live video where you can actually talk through the systems on site and tell somebody to get off the site, et cetera. So that's in place, and that's going to continue up through the north.
Are they listening, the folks, when you tell them to leave the site?
Well, I did get a voicemail. I did get some video from one of our fellows the other night that had the train whistle going by, so I know it works.
You mentioned, quick question, you mentioned 55 and older, you're looking at, what percentage of the units are you thinking of for that in the north?
They would In total, it'd be about 160 units in total.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. It's on my screen and you're seeing my desktop, but not the slideshow.
Maybe share the screen?
Did you try the function screen thing? Yeah.
F7 or
That trick?
F7.
F8.
Alt F7 is usually.
Turn it around or something.
There we go.
We got a
Oh, we
nice.
have the printout too,
It's in
so.
front of us, we have the printouts.
Read along.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You've improved the site greatly, that ocean in there.
Yeah.
It would show just the desktop, but anyway, all right. All right. Good evening. Sorry for the technical difficulties. The good news is we have a pretty short agenda today. We were here not too long ago because of the snowstorm in November, so we got pushed to the 20th. So since that time, and we're here tonight, if you guys have any more questions as it relates to the consistency determination. So we're hoping to answer those questions, go over a couple items that we have made progress on since the last meeting. And we're hoping at the end of that the planning board will consider the recommendation of the board staff and consultants. We're also here tonight requesting that the planning board consider scheduling the public hearing for the January meeting. And under a separate action, so if you guys want to talk about this after, that's an option, but the tree removal permit application, we're also here for that tonight. Some supplemental information had been requested at the meeting we had on the 5th with the town staff and their engineering consultant. So that's going to be submitted before the next planning board submission deadline, which is the 24th. And the objective there is that action will be taken not tonight, but at the January meeting as well.
Yeah, we have that as a separate item on tonight's agenda,
Right,
so we'll
so
discuss that after the.
Right, so just throwing it out there, but as you said, it's a separate action altogether. Considering we were only here 3 weeks ago, there have been no actual plan changes. Like I said, the next submission deadline is the 24th, so we'll be making revisions to the plan for that date based on the comments that we've received. The meeting that I brought up that was on the 5th, that was to discuss proposed water and sewer infrastructure, specifically related to future districts that will have to be created, and a couple other more technical, not necessarily related to a consistency determination, but those talks, we got started as they will make an effect on the site plans as they develop. So, it was good to start that dialogue at this point. As I said, we have received comments from the staff and consultants based on the submission we made at the beginning of November. So those comments are going to be taken into consideration, responded to, plans updated for that 24th submission deadline.
Okay.
And the tree permit application again will also be submitted at that time. So the few topics that we did discuss last time, there's 5 of them I identified, and if there's any others, feel free to ask about those. The structural monitoring program. Since the last meeting, that program has been developed. It was submitted to the town in a memo, and the proposed action by the structural engineer, was that for the first 6 months, for the first 9 months, there would be every 3 months there would be an inspection. And at that time, if it's determined that there's really been no change and the buildings are still structurally sound and they're not trending in any certain direction, they would then be put on a 6-month time frame. And that essentially extends out until the admin building is ready for a user at that time. And then there would be another inspection, and it would kind of be taken from there, the steps forward. We also talked about security last time. Again, after the meeting, the applicant put together a memo on what the status of security measures were. That was submitted to the town, and they focused on the private security that they have, the town police schedule and presence, and then some of the cameras and the Wi-Fi that Marty just brought up were included in there as well. As far as architecture goes, the project architect weighed in after he heard some comments from the board about more Hudson Valley appropriate architecture as opposed to the more modern architecture that the rendering showed. He's proposing to, once we get into architectural review, he's proposing to prepare a package that essentially becomes a design tool for the project at that point, where you can, the goal is to keep it flexible enough so that it's not just one monolithic feel. We do want
Kind of developing a form-based code type of thing for.
right, but with enough flexibility that it really looks like a neighborhood with a bunch of different elements to it architecturally. So once we get into architectural review, that's something that we plan to provide. The traffic that was discussed, so we went back into the project assessment document to ensure that the mitigation measures that we had discussed were included in there. So those are included in the project assessment, so that mitigation is included in that appendix. Some of the internal intersections were also discussed, and we expect to discuss that further once we get to site plan review. The water and sewer infrastructure we also discussed, and there was a little bit of confusion, I think, about just the terminology. So just to say it again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So I think where it got confusing was replacement versus removal. So we are replacing 100% of this existing sewer conveyance line as it comes down through Paint Shop Road into the southern portion of the site. But we're not necessarily removing all of those pipes. So in the finding statement, and what we're still proposing is that it's either removal or abandoned in place, and there's a written specific protocol that will have to be developed. We have a general idea that it's pipes up to a certain size will be abandoned in place, and pipes over that will either have to be filled with material or removed altogether. So that needs to be written into the plans during the site plan review, and will also be will be subject to the town review and approval at that point, and will also be part of the package that goes to the county health department for those.
I think one thing that we were talking about on Tuesday, and Peter, I think you brought it up, was if we could have some type of map, right?
Well,
We'll get it.
my concern is, I don't want to get ahead here. I would like to let them finish and then.
Yeah, you can get it.
Okay.
That was actually all I had.
All right, then, let me bring, I was happy to see your letter, which addressed, this question of abandon or replace. In the finding statement, I was concerned because the word abandon was used, and knowing the condition of what's under there as you do. I was concerned that it wasn't reasonably addressed, it wasn't specific enough.
Right, didn't go into any further detail on the findings.
Right, this information will be much more helpful. Do you have as-built plans for what's underground there?
So the as-built and the existing survey shows all of the main trunk lines. It doesn't necessarily show every service line that goes between the existing buildings and that main conveyance line.
So,
but that kind of plays into what I was getting at with the diameter of the pipe. So the service lines are smaller pipes. So generally those would be abandoned in place. And then those larger pipes, which are the conveyance lines, those are identified, and those are the ones that where the either removal or a specific protocol for filling them would come into play.
I think part of the site plan review, you and our engineer are going to have to get together and come up with something that's sensible.
Sure.
In terms of, we don't really know what's under there. but to the best of your ability, so that we can all rest assured that we've made the right decision. You're going to have to come up with a plan, in conjunction with our own engineer that's acceptable. First, in identifying what's there. And second, the remediation and whether or not that's acceptable. I'm sure that you'll come up with something that's reasonable. The second thing I had was, in the findings, you make the statement that there's an agreement with the town with regard to the sewage treatment capacity, 250,000 gallons. There was a commitment from the plant for 250,000 gallons for this site specifically, but it also requires the memorandum of agreement with the site owner is that a district will have to be formed both for water and sewer. So we would probably get a condition of the site plan approval that you form a sewer district and you form the water district in a form that is acceptable to the town in accordance with that memorandum of agreement.
Right, and so the meeting on the 5th, that was to, kind of kick that process off with the current new plan to get everything, the ball rolling on that.
Good, okay. Thank you.
Let me go to Eric first, see if you have any further.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, so.
Before we get, then we'll get our consultants.
Right, again, just to remind everybody, we're still focusing on the issue of conformity, right, with the development. We think we've answered a lot of those questions that we've been talking about the last few months. There may be some particulars that we still want to talk about, and those things can continue to be worked on, because we're not actually going to be voting on anything tonight in terms of conformity. So if there are things that we still want some more detail about, we can get that still. But I think we feel at this point like it's time to turn towards some of the detail of site plan review, and that's our recommendation. Is that if the board feels comfortable after we have our questions answered tonight, that we would seek to just get your guidance to pursue that next level of review.
And it's important. I think it's important both for staff and consultants, and as well as the applicant, to know that the board is comfortable with us moving from the threshold analysis of consistency, whether what they're proposing, the modified development master plan, is consistent with the approved master plan,
right,
and then dive more into the site plan subdivision specifics, because obviously, that's when you start getting into the details that Peter is bringing up, and we just want to make sure that the board is ready for both the consultants and the applicant really to dive into that. But the staff is suggesting that we are ready. We've gone through all of the materials that the applicant has provided. There's been a lot of back and forth over the last couple of months, and while there may still be some questions to be answered before the final decision is made,
right,
we do think that it's out of sort of good faith and fairness, it's time to say, are we ready to move into that next phase? So.
That sounds good. We go to traffic from our consultant, Anthony. Let's see if you could. You think from consistency point of view?
Yeah, we reviewed the traffic study provided by Phil at his office, and we found that it is consistent with the development master plan. They did a thorough analysis. They looked at the trip generation for the peaks that were analyzed and determined that the AM was the only peak where they were going to have an increase in traffic. So what they did is they looked at all the intersections in the study area to see if that increase in traffic would either produce new impacts or change the mitigation that was proposed. So that deep dive showed that the additional traffic would not generate any new impacts. It would not alter the mitigation. So we looked at that, very thoroughly, and we concur with the conclusion that they had in their report. So for consistency, I think it's good. When it comes to the mitigation measures, we had one comment earlier, which they also have addressed. they were going to, for the initial phase, provide mitigation at the 50% traffic threshold, which is more than they need to do. I also spoke with DOT this morning, Lee Zimmer, and he's also comfortable with the fact that the mitigation is more than adequate to handle the initial phase of the project. And in my memo that I provided to the town, I listed all the locations, which again is consistent with what they provided before, where mitigation is expected as part of the initial phase. So I think in terms of mitigation, we're also in good shape. What we did, some additional work, we took a deeper dive on the internal intersections on Hudson View Drive. We met with Phil and asked him to provide a traffic signal warrant study to see if the three main internal intersections along Hudson View Drive, would they need a traffic signal from day one?
Okay.
We provided the backup in our memo. Phil provided the warrant study, and it showed that the internal intersections for the first phase would not meet the threshold for the installation of a traffic signal. However, in order to be, conservative in our approach, there's a possibility as more development comes on that the Hudson View Drive and the easterlymost internal driveway, that could be the first one that may warrant a traffic signal. So what Phil and his team has agreed to do is to put the infrastructure in case a traffic signal is needed in the future. The equipment in the ground would be there already. They could put it up very quickly.
You're not digging up the road and everything at
Right,
that time. No.
correct. And it's easier to do this while you're constructing. The other thing they agreed to is the sensors in the ground would also count traffic and provide information on a real-time basis, so we could actually see when
how it's working.
it meets the threshold to put a traffic signal in. Phil's also, and his team have agreed to do that.
Great idea.
So I think, again, even in terms of, and again, as site plan goes on, we'll be, the board and, we'll be looking at the internal intersections. But at least I even think for this analysis, we've pretty much got it down, for the first phase, what needs to happen internally on the site for the internal intersections. So I think we're in good shape in traffic. Phil's team has been very cooperative and very responsive to the comments.
For planning purposes, the future build-out of the project, obviously, are the intersections as you're looking at the intersections, are we thinking about the full impact of all of the build-out down the road?
As the project develops, the monitoring will continue to determine what's needed at each development phase.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make certain initially that from day one you opened, that was addressed for the major internal intersections. The other thing in having conversations with Phil is the driveway I mentioned where they're going to put in the infrastructure in case a traffic signal is needed, that there's the potential, and this will be explored, I guess, further in site plan for a roundabout, that it may work there.
Yeah.
So that will be something we could explore down the road.
Yeah, I saw that note. That's great.
Good.
It will depend on how much, how built out the top part gets with the residential as well, and
Right.
And the hotel traffic, et cetera. All the uses up there. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have anything further, David, or?
No.
Okay.
Any question?
Just go around the board then, what everybody thinks of consistency. Peter, you had your say. Do you have anything further?
There will be sensors to monitor the traffic flow, so we can keep track of the count.
Yeah, Phil could address it, but you're going to have it internally at the intersection I spoke about, but you're also going to have it at the driveways.
No matter where it's located, my question is, someone on our side, who's going to be?
Okay, so let me just kind of give you the background in terms of, we are building both the relocated Hudson View Drive intersection and Winslow Gate Drive on day one, prior to opening. And part of that design, the DOT has asked us to put in actuation that allows us to record the volume. So we know time of day, day of week, by hour, volumes coming in, coming out, of the project.
My question
at
is,
each drive.
how do we get access? I understand that. How do we get access to that data?
That'll be provided to your consultant. Okay, so what the DOT will get that data and they will pass it along. So what we've talked about is like a weekly report or a monthly report from them, and then your consultant would be provided the copy. So you could see how traffic is, building with the project.
So the flow is the DOT to
Yes.
us.
Yeah, and that was a requirement of the DOT so that they could see how the traffic was being generated and if something needed to be moved up sooner on the list to be done externally. That's the whole background of it.
Different mitigation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just so you know, the budget for that's over $250,000 just for monitoring.
And like Phil said, it was part of the requirement from DOT. If they're agreeing to the monitoring program and to phase mitigation according to development, DOT needs to see the traffic in order to go along with that.
So technology is great that you can do that these days.
Yes.
And that helps you as well to phase in when you want to do the mitigation versus saying you got to do it all up front.
Correct.
Although we're standing out there with clickers, but that's okay.
Anthony, the monitors only at the external intersections monitored by DOT, or are there also monitors for internal intersections that are not jurisdiction of DOT?
The one, they're at the external intersections that Phil mentioned, and also the one I mentioned.
Just that one.
With Hudson View Drive and the easterly most drive I put in as well. Now, as development goes on, if there's a need for more sensors, that's something we could discuss with Phil.
Yeah, and that is part of site plan. I think we'll get into that as the plan's developed. We'll have a better handle on that.
I think you've identified the busy intersections up front here. Which,
Correct.
You've,
Already 70%, we've done a lot of review of it.
all right. Anything further, Peter? Or you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. You go with Bob.
I like this idea of the sensors in the ground counting cars. From a personal experience, I had a college job in the summer. I worked for the traffic engineering division of the Port Authority. And me and or three other people and I physically were there with clickers counting cars going over the George Washington Bridge or into the Lincoln Tunnel.
The
Not a
little
very
square board
exact
with
science. Had to be tucked away so it was safe, but not a great job, but the pay was good. But the question on the abandoned and placed, what's the size where you do that as opposed to filling it in?
So that's part of what we'll go into, the review of what exactly that threshold is, but it's somewhere in the area of an 8-inch pipe.
We've had some preliminary discussions with engineering and with the applicant about what that should be, and we're going to come up with a plan for that,
Yeah, and as a development firm, we do this regularly for the last 30 years now. And we have a fairly good site. We have great site people as part of our organization, and they know that we don't build and sell a product. The same fellow that's sitting in the back of the room built some projects for us 15 years ago. So we know that we're going to live with this for another 15 or 20 years. So we're very careful in how we do that kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
All right.
Nothing at this time.
Nicole, I'm sure you have a few.
Did we get a structural engineer report on that administrative building? Did you guys talk to them any further about that?
Yeah, we have not gotten a report. We got the letter that was included, and that is the report.
So can I just extend on that? So we've had three different firms look at the building, and they all basically felt it's quite fine. Frankly, we're moving along on that building. At this point in time, I have had an architect do sufficient as-built drawings on a building to be able to create some realistic plans of reutilizing the building. and we're actually starting to have some discussions with some potential users, which is encouraging. So I guess what I'm saying is that there'll be a lot of eyes on that building in a very short period of time. As I said before, and I can't deliver or sell the pad to the left or the right without addressing that. So it's at the forefront of our activities, and it's being attended to. So there's engineers and architects that are starting to actively look at it regularly. So notwithstanding the letter and the report cycle that Kyle mentioned, there's a lot more people looking at it on a regular basis.
Yeah, on our discussion on Tuesday, we were talking about how we need to get something a little bit more substantial in writing about the building and structurally how it is right now. And we were talking about if that's something that could be done maybe even every 3 months, where we could get a report back that had some meat to it and not just the letter, because that letter didn't really give us a lot of information.
I don't know, maybe if you could share some of the drone pictures or something like that to enhance the report.
We just wanted some more information, I guess, that was lacking in that.
And to put it into context, I think from a consistency standpoint, the issue is the proposed use consistent with what was approved.
Right, that's.
But then from a site plan review standpoint, the issue is, well, what measures are going to be in place to make sure that when you go and start actually building that use, the building is still sufficient, there's sufficient structural integrity for the four walls and for the structure to actually make that use. And so I think the discussion we were focusing on is, well, what would be the protocols in place, inspection protocols in place, which I think the monitoring that Kyle, you were just referring to, what that protocol plan is going to be, and then what thresholds would be identified for any remedial or protective measures to be put in place, bracing, et cetera, should any of those inspections reveal that actually now there is a structural issue. This really, it's sort of that looking, conditioning the approval for that period between the approval, if there's approval, and construction itself. How do you make sure that the building will be structurally sound enough so that your actual use will be able to be put in place?
I think, you mentioned that the first follow-up inspection is scheduled for January of next year, and so maybe the way to approach this at this point would be to work with you between now and then to just kind of develop some sort of an outline for what we would like to get back from that?
Yeah, I think I hear what Nicole is suggesting, which is more of a substantive report.
Yeah, so the engineer would deliver something that we would also get a copy of that would explain how it was done and.
So I understand. So I'll relay that to the engineer and have him in his first report submit something, and we'll see if it's better.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I mean, if
We'll
he's
go from
taking, if he's taking a more detailed look at it, that would give him the ability to supply more details to us as well. So.
Frankly, the building is structurally sound. We've confirmed that. There's not much more we can really do on to confirm that. But we're just spending more time on it, looking into more of the fine-tune aspects of how to retrofit the building, and which structural walls will need to come down in order to accommodate plans, et cetera. And in connection with that, all I'm saying is that there'll be more eyes on the structure on a regular basis. We're all comfortable it's going to stand, but having said all that, we can put some more meat to
the more
reports for everyone's comfort.
Yeah. It's for the record, as well. I mean, we feel from the dialogue that everything's moving forward the way, you've presented it, and I think that's good. It's having something that we can include in the record we're keeping tabs on that condition.
I mean, that's, two of the key consistency things we had stumbling over was that building and the traffic issue, which now looks fairly resolved, so that's good. Go ahead, Nicole, if you have something else.
No, that was really it. Thank you.
Personally, I think we're ready to move on to site plan. I think everything's in conformance. As I've said before, I think your Main Street concept is an improvement over the original DMP. And thank you for your security update, and hopefully those cameras work out to help keep out the vandals and further destruction. I know it's going to be tough cleaning the paint off some of those stones and brick there as it is. So hopefully that can be kept to a minimum. I think we did talk about, it's part of, there's going to have to be a new number for the threshold, I think, since you downsized the store to the grocery store. There we had a 200,000 square foot threshold for triggering phase 2 demolition work, and so that.
David, do you want to?
Yes, and again, I think this probably is, now that hopefully if we're moving into site plan, this is one of the issues we want to dive into is under the development agreement.
That's fine, David, 200's fine. 200's fine.
200's the number.
That's what it's
now, yeah. The
it's
issue.
200's fine.
Thank you. 200's fine. We already negotiated that. But the issue now is the 200 number was negotiated with the big box store back when that was part of the development master plan. The thought was at the time to provide the applicant with sufficient square footage to monetize the commercial space so that there would be sufficient funds for demolition of the upper phase. But still have a carrot essentially to motivate the owner to complete. The way it worked was after your 200th square foot of your CFO for your 200th square foot of commercial space, that would trigger the requirement to start the demolition and complete the demolition up top. Now that and that was said, it was supposed to echo the big box. And now that the big box is not there, we think we have to adjust that number to still motivate you to complete enough of the commercial development on the in the first phase so that there's enough monetization so you can complete the demolition, but still have a motive to do it. We understand in our discussions, we do understand that phase 1 to phase 2 movement is probably different than what you're envisioning now, and so it may be. We may have to adjust it because I know you're not looking at it as just commercial first and then residential second.
It's just something else, needs to be looked at.
Yeah, just as I said before, I mean, we're not going to be able to monetize until the last, third or so of the last phase, because frankly, there's so much up front in the south.
Yeah.
Our predecessor Diversified and our partner Diversified and EFG contemplated, never really, it's one thing to look at this on a one-dimensional picture, but as we've done over the past year, I mean, let me just backtrack. We have 70% construction drawings completed. Am I correct? Roughly?
Design drawings, but
With
yes.
70% design drawings, and that's what all the professionals have been commenting on. So with that, you really start thinking about all of the details and what's involved with building this project.
It's a big project.
Pardon me?
It's a big project.
It's a
There's
long-winded way of
details.
saying that there's a lot more that has to be done in order to build the first, 50, 60,000 square feet than anyone ever contemplated. I mean, the numbers have ballooned quite significantly as the work in order to deliver the first building has to get, completed. So we will be needing to get well into phase 2 before we can monetize anything. So as part and parcel of that, we'll have to deal with the demolition up there.
Okay. I had another question on the pedestrian, we're trying to make this pedestrian friendly. I think you mentioned the new gate going across to the park there will be a pedestrian only phase there for people to get back and forth. But I think that was mentioned in the traffic.
That's correct. It's
But I-
part of the design, yes.
So I had a question, do you know anything about the existing signal where most of the students are going to be crossing at Marist North Gate there? Does that have a pedestrian-only phase, or?
Okay, so at the north Marist access, there will be a pedestrian phase there. There's also a control to make sure that the students don't go north of there and try to cross. There's no crossing at Winslow Gate.
Right,
The only,
that's what
we're
trying to
gonna,
make sure
the
of.
crossing is gonna be at North Marist, across to the east side, and then the sidewalk system would bring them to the project and into the project. There's gonna be no crossing at Winslow Gate, and there'll be actually some barrier treatment there
Okay,
to
good.
control that.
Want to have some way to channelize them without building another tunnel.
Correct.
Phil, is the barrier treatment, is that in DOT right of way?
Yeah, where we are with that, DOT has thrown out, right now, we're in construction drawings, and DOT is reviewing those. We've received numerous comments. They are looking at it internally, how they want that treated and the placement of that. And there's some coordination ongoing there with Marist in terms of that also, yes.
And I think you're going to try to get some of that stone walls going, continuing on as well. So all kind of work together there. Only other thing I remember hearing is that there was a public hearing comment, if the hotel, focus on the historical aspect of the hotel to attract people to the town. I thought that was a good comment. So something unique as you're developing it as part of the hotel. So I think we're ready to move on to site plan.
I move that the planning board direct town departments, town consultants, and outside agencies to engage in detailed site plan and subdivision review, specifically site plan and subdivision plat review of Phase 1 to anticipate preparation of an associated seeker finding statement based on such review, and to direct the applicant to respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, including but not limited to the following 1 through 14.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to begin the phase of detailed site plan review. Call to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
There's also a request that we open the public hearing in January. Everyone feel comfortable with doing that? It seems appropriate at this point.
I think we're good ever since we're moving on to site plan and get
So
that
we will
going.
work to get that set up as well.
It's January 17th, right?
January 17th, yeah.
Start the new year off.
With the intern, with the professional to move this along.
Maureen is submitting weeks.
All right, don't go anywhere. Hudson Heritage Tree Removal Permit. Tree removal permit application review pursuant to Chapter 187, Tree Preservation for a 63.82 acre portion of the 156 acre, 0.19 acre site, 33532 North Road, US Route 9, in connection, with the Hudson Heritage Project, Zone HRDD, Historic Revitalization Development District. A secret negative declaration for a type 1 action was issued December 6, 2017 by the town board, EFG DRA Hudson Heritage LLC owner. Do you
want to give just a quick procedural summary of where we are? So one of the mitigation measures in the secret finding statement was for the removal of trees occurred during winter months, so that there was no threat of a taking of any protected habitat that may reside in those trees during warm summer months, long-eared bats, et cetera. There was a habitat study that was undertaken in connection with the preparation of the EIS, which didn't indicate that there was any evidence of that type of those types of species actually residing in these trees during summer months. However, out of an abundance of caution and is typical now in this area, they still require a tree removal during the winter. The mitigation measure was already identified. The issue that the applicant has presented to us, which is a reasonable issue, is that with only a tree clearing period within the winter months, that really can affect construction and leasing, et cetera, because that's one of the first steps in site preparation. And if you can only do that between now and say March of 2019, and you've got to wait till 2020, that really could hurt. And so they've asked for your board to consider the tree clearing permit now. That is a permissible action to take under SECRA. You certainly can what's called permissibly segment a portion of your review, provided that your review that you're going to undertake is just as protective of the environment as if it were part of the overall review. Now, it's kind of a procedural nuance because your review has already, the bulk of your review has already taken place because of the EIS. However, just to make sure that the record is clear here and what you're doing and you're taking the right steps, what we've suggested is to entertain this, absolutely, but to make sure that your record is clear, because in your ultimate resolution, explaining why you're taking this step early, you need to show that it was just as protective. So we think there's some additional information that you will need to take that step in January. For example, in the EIS, there was identified acreages of the woodlands that would be removed. And so I think the board would want to confirm that what's going to occur under this permit is either identical to what was identified in the EIS or less than. A habitat study, as I referred to before, that was prepared. I think that should be part of the record as well. And a couple of other minor items. But overall, it's a lot of this record's already been developed, but we want to make sure that it's all before your board, before you take the vote.
And again, everything consistent with the existing.
Right.
And I think the plan was just to have the trees felled in place, and so there's no ground disturbance at this time.
Sorry, I was writing that note down. What was that?
I think you're to avoid ground disturbance until actual site plan approval.
Right, so the
Everything,
tree
you're just
removal,
gonna-
the only thing we're applying for is to fell the trees. The stumps will remain in place, and the trees themselves will also remain in place.
So you don't need to put in all the erosion sediment control issues.
So we are, just in case it's an unusually warm winter, we are going to have, in the case that the ground is not frozen over, there will be erosion and sediment control
Okay,
measures.
that's-
So, and we'll coordinate that with the
Once the
engineering
vegetation
consultant.
stops drinking and I have some issues.
Yep.
Potentially on slope.
CPL provided some comments that we provided to them already, so just some additional information that we'll need related to that.
Okay.
Yep.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it might make sense also, since you're just going to be dropping the trees, to put in a date. We don't know how long site plan, we're going to move the site plan ahead, on a timely basis, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think it might be in our best interest, to set some kind of date on removal, of all those trees. I'm sure they're going to be
So
considerable.
based on the bats, they have to be removed by the end of March.
They have to be felled by the end of March.
Yeah,
But
for
Peter,
removal between
I'm talking about, you're
March.
talking about removing the trees.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, we can
You
include
think
that.
you could do that by March 31, or what is a date that you feel comfortable?
So that would be undertaken once the site plan is approved. We would apply for the construction permit, which is for erosion and sediment control. The reason we're just leaving them there is to not disturb the site. So once we have the permit to disturb the site, we could come in and do that work.
So you wait, it's after the final site plan approval, then they'll get the conditions and.
I would feel more comfortable with a either or say within 6 months or the site plan approval, whichever comes first, move those trees.
So
we
the concern
can't-
is that
we
if there
can't
was no
disturb it.
site plan approval, at some future point, that you just left with the site with all the trees just laying there? Is that the
No,
concern?
I want to set a date for the trees to be removed, because I'll tell you the truth, we had a problem in the past. We had a developer come in, clear trees, they're still there, and he's not, he's gone, long gone. So I don't want to, fool me once, shame on you.
If you'll allow us, we'll take them out right as we cut them.
Well, I think the issue, right, is because then you would have site disturbance if you're
Yes,
actually.
yes, you start having heavy machinery in there and everything, then you.
We could work on some sort of condition.
Yeah.
To address that concern, but.
Right.
Be within X months of site plan approval to accommodate, a time period to accommodate the next tree moving season, or in the event site plan is not forthcoming within, same thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah. If anything, yeah. Hopefully not hitting snags like that, but we'll get through. Does anybody else have any further comments on the tree removal? It's kind of a discussion tonight here. We'll do a formal.
When you remove the trees, your plan is to take the stumps and everything. Yes.
Right, so once the disturbance is allowed, yeah.
I did have one comment, I think somebody made in the public hearing, a comment that there's a lot of large sycamore trees on the property. So I don't know which ones you're able to save, not save.
So
Or if you know-
essentially, I mean, there's a couple exceptions, but for the most part, everything within the southern side of the Great Lawn where the commercial development is going to take place, with, save a few exceptions, most of those trees are going to be.
Yeah. The more sparse area of trees, just looking at it now.
All right, so there's some area within the northern entrance, how the road kind of wraps around there, so there's some pockets of trees that will remain in that area.
Have you got a count of trees that you may fell?
We don't have a count of individual trees, but we have tree, areas of
I saw
woodland.
the survey, but it seems like it covers the whole site. That's why it's not even an approximation.
Are you referring to the map in the application?
Right.
Yeah, so that's an
Yeah,
area,
what's it?
and the supplemental information, one of the things will be the areas of actual woodland as opposed to just an overall.
But I do see your trees clearing line does include some, is it a wetland area between the Home Depot Plaza and your site?
To the south side?
On the south side, yeah, there's a line of trees kind of along what looks like a.
So on the south side there, that's the future southern access road to essentially to the loading dock area.
So there's a few trees to come out there.
Between
but-
our site and the Home Depot's wetlands, yeah.
Okay, but you're maintaining that line of trees right next to Home Depot.
Right, so,
it's like-
yeah, so those trees are actually within the wetland.
That's what I was
Those are
saying,
to
yeah,
remain,
that's what I was
yeah.
trying to.
Right.
Trying to distinguish it, it's hard to see on a small map where the.
Yeah, those remain.
Where the line is.
There's no wetland disturbances there
Okay.
now or even in the future site plan.
Okay, great.
A very simple measure to accomplish what David was talking about before for the record would be your map of tree limits here. It might be really useful to have, this shows a dotted line of the proposed disturbance, to put a gray line under it of what the previous contemplated area of disturbance was. Because that would provide a direct comparison, provide the basis for the comparison you're going to provide elsewhere on paper. And that would, I think, really go a long way towards the record you'd like to establish.
Sure.
The only other thing I think I don't, because Kyle, I see you were taking down notes as to what to include. The landscaping plan in those portions, because the finding statement refers to a habitat restoration plan, which is essentially being incorporated into your landscape plan. So I would also include that, at least with respect to the areas that are going to be felled, so that it's clear.
Okay, anybody else have anything further? That's okay. Look forward to seeing you in January, and.
Thank you. Is there a date? What date is January?
It's 17th.
17th.
January
Okay.
17th.
Okay, thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, yeah.
Enjoy the
Happy
holidays.
Jim, everyone.
Thanks, good holiday.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, guys, for coming up.
Just got a few more things, right?
Yep. Couple more.
4 more things.
No boards.
Right. We have some extensions and such. Creek Road Apartments, time extension for an approved site plan proposing 31 apartments in one building of 3-story height, 84 to 92 Creek Road, zoned RM Residence Multifamily District, 5.18 acres, JPJR Holdings LLC owner. The staff recommends a 90-day time extension. So I move that the planning board grant one 90-day time extension from January 18th, 2019 forward to April 18th, 2019. Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. D2, Dr. Modi, 23 Davis Avenue, new ophthalmology building, time extension for an approved 2-story medical office building, 11,200 square feet, and reconfiguration of parking on a site with an existing 1-story medical office building of 12,500 gross square feet, 23 Davis Avenue, zoned ATC Arlington Town Center, District 1.64 acres, negative declaration adopted December 14th, 2017. Item equities owner. I move that the planning board grant 2 90-day time extensions of conditional site plan and special use permit approval from December 14th, 2018 forward to June 12th, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. Do you want to say anything about this one, Eric? Let me open it up first. Friendly Honda Comprehensive Site Plan, time extension to modify a condition of amended site plan approval for a previously approved site plan for a comprehensive building and site improvements throughout an existing motor vehicle sales and service facility to be expanded from 5 to 6 parcels. 1121 to 1159 Dutchess Turnpike, Zone BH, Highway Business, 5.64 acres. Negative declaration was dated June 21st, 2012. Site plan approved July 19th, 2012. An amendment approved June 21st, 2018. Dutchess Facilities Management LLC owner.
Only if you have any questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions on the Honda?
No.
Just to get a site plan. I move that the planning board modify condition C of the June 21st, 2018 conditional amended site plan approval for Friendly Honda comprehensive site plan as follows. C, provide owner, applicant, planning board, and department signature blocks on the amended site plan set and obtain chairman's signature no later than January 31st, 2019. Moved and seconded, called to question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. And our Arlington Farms Malabar Realty LLC, time extension of an approved site plan for a proposed demolition of an existing structures on the site and construction of a 1-story gas station, convenience store, 3,400 square feet with a gas canopy and 4 gas pumps. 798 Dutchess Turnpike and 219 Overrocker Road, Zone BH Highway Business District, 0.81 acres. A secret negative declaration was adopted February 19th, 2015, and conditional site plan approval granted December 17th, 2015. Malabar Realty LLC owner.
Only if you have questions, but there's one typo. That last date should be May 29th of 2019.
Yep, just saw that. I move that the planning board grant a time extension of conditional site plan approval for two 90-day periods forward to May 29th, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Any other business at this late hour?
I just want to know, Carol, what time did you say for us all to be over to your house for the Christmas party? I should have written it down.
I move we terminate the meeting.
Second.
Move to terminate. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Have a good night, everyone. Good night.
Happy
And
holidays.
happy
everyone.
holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas.